Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Search Committee. I'm a district activist leader and search committee. I'm a district activist leader and trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect and to connect you with experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that impact people affected by MS every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook. YouTube, or Twitch. MS navigators are online throughout today's program, answering those questions and connecting you to resources. Caring for someone with a chronic illness like MS can be deeply satisfying, but caregiving can also be physically and emotionally exhausting, especially for the person who's the primary caregiver. That person is most often a partner or a spouse, but they can also be a child, parent, or friend, all of whom will find their role as a caregiver made so much better once they learn to reach out for support. Joining us today to take on the often overlooked subject of caring for the caregiver are Tatum Fettig and Manya Joblin. Tatum is a member of the National MS Society's MS Navigator team, and she's also her daughter's primary caregiver. Manya was a care partner for her brother who lived with progressive MS for many years. Tatum, Manya, thanks for being with us today.
Great to be with you, John.
According to the AARP Public Policy Institute, there are 38 million family caregivers living in the United States who are caring for an adult. This equates to about 36 billion hours of unpaid care provided every year. Because of its unpredictable and progressive nature, some people living with MS will require a full or part-time caregiver. Of course, this varies from individual to individual. Like so many aspects of multiple sclerosis, no two situations look the same, and the scope of caring can be extremely broad. Tatum, what kind of care might a person with MS need from a care partner, and which agencies might become part of their support network?
Yeah, thanks, John. Everyone's needs, understandably, are going to be individualized to the care partner or caregiver, but there are often a variety of areas of care that a person with MS might need support from their care partner. Some of these needs may include physical care, emotional support, assisting with finding peer supports, care coordination with ongoing medical professionals, among many others. MS, as we know, is a very complex disease which often requires a comprehensive approach. And so this approach can often include the involvement of many agencies, resources, and supports. So physical care, for example, can include a medical support team who helps manage and support symptoms and also refers out internally or externally for rehabilitation or other medical supports. And this physical medical support team can really help the care partner not having to take on that medical role themselves. Our website has a great tool as well for finding doctors and resources if a care partner isn't sure where to begin that search. Physical care can also include home health for some and or home care or respite care. And so what sometimes medical insurance may or may not be able to assist with the payment of these based upon the individual's situation. And so navigators here at the Society are happy to assist with resources if a care partner is curious and wants to learn more or is unsure where to begin that process. And then emotional support agencies or resources can include mental health professionals for some, could be a care partner connecting with peer support opportunities or helping their loved one support get connected with peer support. And that can include self help groups, online communities, and MS Friends program here at the Society. And the good thing to know is navigators here have the resources for care partner support on hand as well as on our website. So, multiple areas to search for these.
Manya, tell us about your experience as a care partner for your brother who was living with progressive MS. And tell us what sort of support network was in place to care for his needs.
Well, I arrived back home to help my parents take care of my brother. And they already had his care in place. It had evolved over time as his MS had evolved. By the time I arrived, he was bedbound. And so we had full-time nursing care during the day. Sometimes not a nurse, sometimes a CNA, because we did have to cobble together different schedules for different people. No one person helped us out 7 days a week. But we had a nurse who was basically the charge nurse, and she created his care plan. And then we filled in with other people from agencies. And then, of course, we and the family were there as well. So he was in pretty good shape in terms of coverage of care by the time I arrived. But I did have to learn how to negotiate and navigate agencies because people come and go. And as his MS became more advanced, it became more difficult to keep people because they often didn't want to help take care of somebody that required that much work. And so we had to interview a lot of different people to find the right ones.
One of the things that characterizes MS is how unpredictable it can be. We've heard from Carlita, who has an adult daughter who's living with MS. Carlita says that some days her daughter can dress herself and manage the everyday tasks of daily living on her own. Then, some days, she can't. Carlita knows she may need to assume additional responsibility for some of these tasks when her daughter is experiencing a relapse. She also knows that her daughter values her independence. And Carlita is struggling to find the right balance of when to provide more versus less support. Tatum, what suggestions do you have for Carlita?
Yeah, I think just the realization that that's often an ongoing balance, but often open communication around needs, wants, and fears from both the person with MS and also the care partner. And sometimes asking for help facilitating these difficult conversations. Some people bring in a third party to help facilitate this because often these aren't conversations that have been experienced before. And also, there's a lot of understandable difficulty in facing kind of that reality and having some of those hard conversations. I think care partners honoring and allowing choices while being consistent with their message that they're still there to support as needed, and allowing sometimes space and time if it's safe to cool off as frustration can arise, understandably, and if it's safe to do that. And then just remembering, a lot of people talk about self care, and sometimes that can feel like another task on the list to do. Um, but sometimes remembering that even 30 seconds, even if it's a breath or balancing this idea of balancing independence and interdependence can be really emotionally taxing and a very delicate balance. And so sometimes remembering to take breaks that don't have to be yet another task, but that can be built into the system that you already have that exists, and reminding yourself of that.
Well, I want to circle back to that self-care topic in just a couple of minutes. But first, let me ask you, Tatum, what are some common tasks that a care partner may need to take on either temporarily or permanently?
Yeah, it's not uncommon that the previous tasks and responsibilities can change or look different over time, depending upon the symptoms of the loved one with MS, and that can also understandably be unpredictable. And so this often means that the care partner can begin to take on new or more responsibilities, and for many, this can understandably feel overwhelming and can include some grieving in the transition process as well. And it's not uncommon that care partners sometimes might reach out for friends or family to help split up tasks from time to time just to try and alleviate the one person having this all, holding it up all themselves. Common tasks a care partner takes on might include household tasks that maybe they didn't do or participate in as much before, could be helping with daily activities. So that also could mean a career change or a career schedule change. Um, it could it could include some new care coordination tasks, so setting multiple appointments, keeping up with communication with providers, medication management, transportation coordination. That's kind of a whole nother care coordination role that could be new on top of the other daily tasks as well. Um, and those aren't uncommon.
When there's a lot to do, being able to prioritize becomes a necessity, especially when a caregiver's to do list can change and evolve day to day. Manya, what was your experience when it came to prioritizing your caregiving tasks? And I'm hoping you might share some tips or strategies for prioritizing a care partner's to do list.
Um, well, if as a care partner you have been in business, you've had a job, whether you've been a boss or you've had a boss, you've had to-do lists. And I would say transfer those skills that you had in the office to home, and that'll be helpful. Also, routine is very, very important because, yes, of course, MS throws unexpected challenges at you all the time. But if you have a routine, it's easier to go off the routine and improvise around the new challenges, and then come back to the routine rather than every day being something you have to make up. So routine is really important, and that can often revolve around the timing of medication, for instance. That timing can then dictate when other things happen around it. Planning ahead, of course, having your to-do list, but maybe building in some improv time during the day and taking advantage of rest time. When I was pregnant decades ago, my mother said, "When the baby sleeps, take a nap." Well, that's kind of good advice for this role too. If the person you're taking care of is resting, take advantage of that time. Maybe use part of it to do your planning and do part of it to rest yourself.
Care partners who are also their care recipient's spouse or partner may face changes in their intimate relationship. Nick cares for his wife who's living with primary progressive MS, and he's noticed a change in their relationship, both physically and emotionally. Nick says he often provides hands on care and sometimes feels like he's more a nurse than a spouse. Tatum, what suggestions do you have to help Nick strengthen his relationship with his wife?
Yeah, so I'm always transparent that I'm not able to speak on this personally, but through talking with many constituents with MS and having the privilege to do so, and learning from them, some themes that sometimes appear is remembering to ensure that both the person with MS and their care partner are both on the giving and receiving end of responsibilities. Sometimes it's natural that a care partner might come in and try and handle it all in an effort to relieve some stress, but remembering to allow both giving and receiving on both ends can be really important. Um, Making long-term plans and goals together. Sometimes this can be helpful for some, and it doesn't have to be a large vacation, though it could be. Even just going outside or getting a moment's break from all the providers and the appointments and the people contacting you, that can still be um, helpful in having some time just and some peace from all the daily tasks that often can add up. Also, keeping both in the decision making process, and that requires ongoing communication and self reflection and on the care partner's behalf, to remember that balance and keep that in mind as well. And seeking a healthcare professional can help with physical changes and symptoms too, so that you don't feel like you are a medical professional now and having to try and understand and explain all that too. So calling in help, and then couples counseling can also be helpful for some to manage emotional changes in this process and just be there. Sometimes people will have them for moments along the journey and then decide to go. To not have that, and then sometimes call them back in just with the unexpected day to day. That also makes good sense as well.
Manya, did you see your relationship with your brother change once you became his care partner?
Oh, drastically. First of all, in our case, we weren't very close as we were growing up. Our lives went in different directions. So this brought us back in a very dramatic way and very quickly. And that was the good part of it because we did have a relationship that we wouldn't have had otherwise. We found humor was so important. Being able to find the ridiculous things in some of the what otherwise could have been very challenging physical situations. I mean, you know, bathing your own brother is not something I had expected to do as an adult. But we found humor in a lot of things. We reminisced. We had a wonderful time as brother and sister. Um, uh, Communication strategies were involved, well, coordination. I think one thing that Tatum said that was so important was I involved him in things that he could still do. He loved to cook. I never knew that about him. And so he would, both solicited and unsolicited, give me lots of cooking advice. And I used most of it, and it was really good advice. And that made us both feel good. But communication, yeah, that was the important thing. Trying not to be afraid to say certain things, to ask certain things. And he was never afraid to give me advice about how I should be doing this, that, or the other thing. So again, humor came in and helped me deal with that.
Living with MS means expecting the unexpected and focusing on what can be done rather than what can't be done. Tatum, are there any resources care partners can access to help them plan for an unpredictable future that MS may provide?
Yeah, the National MS Society is a great resource via phone call to get resources from a navigator for this. I think the energy going into trying to predict the future, it takes energy to do that. And so sometimes when something happens unexpectedly and you're trying to find a resource at the same time, that can add additional stress. So leaning on the society, whether it be online or a call to a navigator, can help you ahead of time figure out what resources might be out there. So should something unexpected happen, at least you have an idea of where to turn. In the society, we have a variety of resources. We have a care partner support resource list that's on our website, and it has a variety of resources, everything from a link where you can share updates in one update but not on social media to the whole group, and that can help with energy conservation. We also have, it has some technology tools that can help with that care coordination piece. And then we also have resources to help, for example, if someone was looking for home care or respite. So that's a huge resource that we have. And then we also have a more extensive guide, and so everyone has different needs and also resources information in different ways. And so this guide to support partners, it's definitely more in depth and more detailed. And so if somebody's looking for a longer read, that might be a good resource for them. And then just reminding people, I've probably repeated it enough at this point, but the navigators really are here to support. And so we have some great resources for care partners that we can send to. And oftentimes when we're talking with constituents, just trying to figure out how they best receive information, because sometimes if you're overwhelmed, getting a huge list can be overwhelming. And so a navigator can kind of help talk you through and narrow it down in hopefully a less overwhelming way as well.
Jamie tells us he recently left his job to become a full-time caregiver for his brother, and he's feeling the financial strain. Tatum, is there financial support Jamie can access to help alleviate the cost of caring for his brother?
Yeah, I would encourage him to give us a call and speak directly with one of us navigators, and we can help determine if there's benefits or resources that he may qualify for, and then we can give him information to directly connect him with these resources, which is oftentimes much more helpful than a random Google search. And so that personalized care and approach in finding the resources. And then in addition, it would be good for him and his brother to know that the society and other organizations are out there that may be able to provide some temporary or limited financial support for things like this. And so, yeah, I would encourage it. It sometimes takes energy to reach out. It really can. But oftentimes in the long run, it can take less energy and you can get a more tailored support resources by reaching out to a navigator.
Jolie tells us she's been a care partner for her wife for almost 20 years, and she's beginning to feel burned out. Jolie doesn't want her wife to feel like a burden, but she feels like she's struggling almost daily, and she's worried that it's starting to show. Tatum, you mentioned respite care earlier. Can you explain what respite care is and share any respite services or other resources that might be available to help Jolie?
Yeah, so respite care allows for short breaks for care partners to get some rest, maybe spend time with a friend or family, do errands on their own, or maybe just sit and do nothing for a second, right? And so the purpose is to allow time for the care partner to get a break. These breaks can be really rejuvenating and allow Jolie a chance to catch his breath, potentially, as well as step outside being a care partner for just a second, even if it's for a brief moment, to just have a little break. And so joining peer support groups where you can meet others who understand the role of a caregiver, care partner, can not only provide you peer support, but also it can create a community that often is an untapped resource. Some of the best resources can be shared between care partners, people who've maybe experienced or interacted with a resource you haven't, but also it can help in terms of not feeling so alone and isolated. And so utilizing that care partners resource list I mentioned earlier on the National MS website can be really helpful to get some ideas there as well.
And Tatum, how do home healthcare services work? And what steps might Jolie take to start that process?
Yeah, in general, home care or home health care comes into the house to assist with caring for the person with MS. And this often can include assisting with meals, light housekeeping, and really meeting the individual care needs for that specific person. I think it can be a process. I think that's good to be transparent about that. It can be an ongoing process. So finding is one thing, and then maintaining, right, which was mentioned earlier as well. So a first step would be calling medical insurance and finding out and getting a good idea of what benefits you may or may not have regarding this. And if they offer coverage, inquiring about a list of approved providers that may be able to offer this care. And then it becomes the task of a certain amount of care coordination, of reaching out and finding out what providers are in the area. Also, if there's anyone available, and if so, what their availability is. And so that does take some time, and I think that's just good to be honest and upfront so that people aren't surprised by that and dealing with it at the same time. And the second step, if they're not able to find anyone in and their insurance isn't able to cover this, you may want to reach out to a navigator who could assist with providing help with this. Or if the thought of it is just overwhelming, sometimes starting the conversation, learning about it, that's just part of starting the process. And it does take time. And so that's another option, but a conversation with a navigator about the different ways you can pursue coverage for home care or home health care. We, as navigators, provide lists of home care or home health providers or respite resources nearby them based on a zip code search. And so it can kind of give a place to begin the search instead of, recreating the whole thing on your own. And we encourage you to call and speak with a navigator about this process if you have any questions, or if the thought of it is so overwhelming and you just want to start the conversation as well. Navigators are here for that.
Manya, a moment ago, Tracy mentioned the isolation that caregivers often experience. Were there other family members or friends you leaned on while caring for your brother?
Yes, there were a number. I will be honest and say that as his disability progressed, some friends dropped out of that role. And we just had to say to ourselves, well, it's not about them, it's about us, and go on. But yes, we did have friends who would come by. We had special times of the year, of course, holidays, New Year's Eve, Thanksgiving, birthdays. We had friends who would routinely travel some distance to show up or make that special FaceTime call. And it was just a wonderful, bright part of the day, which also alleviated the isolation somewhat. I would say that if you have friends who you can rely on and who do want to help step in, I would have them come in and get familiar with your routine earlier rather than wait for a crisis, so that they know what they're doing and they feel confident, because people feel very responsible. They don't want to make a mistake and hurt somebody. So I think that's an important thing to do. We also had friends who would just drop in the afternoon and break up the tedium for Alan and sort of get the nurse out of the room and just have fun with him.
Well, you both shared some excellent insights about how care partners can find support so that they can bring their best selves to care for their loved one with MS. Now I'd like to ask you each to share one key takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember. Tatum?
Sure. Yeah, I think I, as a mom and a caregiver, I used to get a little annoyed when people would tell me self-care. But I realized once I dug into that I was looking at it as a huge task. And my one takeaway would be taking care of yourself doesn't have to be fancy or expensive or elaborate. It literally can include looking out the window for a minute uninterrupted. And so some rest versus no rest is still something. And reminding yourself of that and giving lots of grace to yourself.
And Manya, how about you? You have one key takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember?
I have two, if I may, but I'll make them quick.
You may.
One is the importance of communication. Just can't say it enough. And Tatum talked about the difficulty sometimes of breaching those very sensitive topics. But do it. It'll be worth it. And everybody is scared. MS is very scary. And just dive in, and it will be worth it between you and the person you're taking care of, and it will make that bond even richer and stronger. The second thing is routine, and that does get also to the self-care, because if you've got a good routine, you can plug into that routine. Part of the routine is your self-care, is the time, whether it's to take a walk or If you can, go get a massage or watch a movie or whatever you're going to do, but build it into your routine.
Well, I want to thank everyone who submitted some great questions, and thank you, Manya and Tatum, for being with us today. Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigator team is your best partner when it comes to connecting you to the very best information and resources on living with MS. You can reach an MS Navigator by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. For information and resources on MS, please be sure to visit the Society's website. You'll find research updates and news, information on connection programs like self-help groups and MS Friends. You'll hear about ways that you can get involved, and you'll find out about upcoming events that are taking place near you. Remember, you can connect with the National MS Society and others affected by MS on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where I continue the conversations that we start here. You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon. Please remember that a recording of this webcast will be available at the Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSExpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our upcoming program topics on the National MS Society's website. And now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey pinned to the comments section. On YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description. And on Twitch, you can find that link in the chat. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us continuously improve, and it helps shape future programs. The survey takes just 1 minute, so I hope you'll take a minute to fill it out. On behalf of Manya Joblin, Tatum Fettig, and the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining us. Please stay safe and make healthy choices. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. I'm a past member of the International Progressive MS Alliance Scientific Steering Committee, and currently I serve on the MS Society's Community Review of MS Research Committee. I'm a district activist leader and trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect, and to connect you with experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that impact people affected by MS every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators are online throughout today's program, answering those questions, connecting you to resources. Multiple sclerosis is a complex and unpredictable disease, and with symptoms that range from very mild to severe, MS can affect a person's ability to work. Christina Forster is joining us today to help us understand your employment rights and protections, as well as options in the workplace for people who are newly diagnosed with MS. Christina is a member of the National MS Society's MS Navigator team. She's also a certified rehabilitation counselor, and Christina specializes in benefits and employment issues. Welcome, Christina. Thanks for being with us today.
Thanks so much for having me.
MS often strikes during the most productive years of a person's career, and we've heard from several of our viewers who are concerned that their recent MS diagnosis is going to negatively impact their job. Bonnie says that after she was diagnosed with MS, Her family and friends encouraged her to leave her job to take care of herself and focus on her health. Bonnie says that she sees their point, but doesn't know whether now is the right time to leave the workforce. What can Bonnie do?
Sure, this is a great question and one that we hear often. Oftentimes we hear about loved ones encouraging a person to leave the workplace because they see that they're struggling and they do it out of love and concern for their loved one. However, this may not be the only answer or even the best answer for Bonnie or for those who find themselves in this sort of situation. We really encourage Bonnie to consider all of her options and determine what is best for her. We want individuals to exhaust all their options before leaving the workplace and to not make impulsive decisions, especially when they're newly diagnosed. So for example, exploring all options could include speaking with their healthcare providers to see what they think about the individual's ability to continue working. It could mean exploring reasonable accommodations, reducing hours, utilizing private disability and or family medical leave to take some time to rest and recharge, or it could even mean changing careers. And I'd also like to highlight that Bonnie and others with MS should also consider what other stressors there could be if they were to leave the workplace. And that could include things such as one's financial situation,
Welcome to our
access to
channel.
health
We are
insurance,
Technic
and
Force
other
and we help
benefits
grow
that
your
they may have
business
through work
online.
and
Please
more.
hit the subscribe button to get more updates.
We heard from
How to
Jackie,
send
who wants to
recurring
know if
emails
she
in
needs
Outlook.
to share her MS
Recurrent
diagnosis with her
emails are
employer.
particularly useful
If she
when you
does,
have repetitive
Jackie wants
tasks
to
that
know
need to
if
be
her
performed
employer
at a
is
certain
required
time.
to
For
keep
example,
her MS
say you need to
diagnosis
send a
confidential.
reminder to your team to invoice
Yeah,
their
so
clients at
deciding
the end
whether
of every
to
week.
disclose
Instead
or
of
not is
manually
really a
sending out an
personal
email every
decision.
month, you
It's
can set up the
something
email
that a
to send
person
out
should put a lot of
automatically at a
careful
certain time.
thought and
Today,
consideration
we're going to
into,
learn how to
as
send
there are
recurrent emails
immediate
in
and
Microsoft
long-term
Outlook,
implications for
including the
one's
tools
employment
needed
if
to
they
do so.
decide
This is
to
completely
disclose.
free. It requires
One
no
being that
add-ins
once
and
that
also no
information
macros.
is
Let's
given,
find
it
out
can
how to
never
do
be
this.
taken back.
To set up a recurrent
Legally,
email,
the
log
only
into the
reason that a
website
person would need to
outlook.com.
disclose is if
You have
they're
to set this up
requesting
on the web,
reasonable
but you can send your
accommodations.
email everywhere.
And employers
In the
only
top
have to
left-hand
accommodate
corner,
known
let's click on the
disabilities.
waffle icon.
Therefore,
See, it kind
you
of
do
looks
need
like a
to
waffle.
disclose
This
in
is also
order to
known as the
request
app
those
launcher, and this
accommodations.
shows all of your different
So if
Microsoft
Jackie or
365
others
apps.
living with MS
At the
don't
very
need
bottom,
accommodations
let's
right
click on the
now,
text that
they
says
may
all
choose
apps.
not to disclose at
And
this
this
time.
shows you all the different
Each
apps
person's
that you get with
situation is
Microsoft
different,
365.
and this is why
Look for
we
Power
encourage
Automate
individuals
and
to
click on
carefully
it.
plan
This
and
helps
think
us
about their
automate all sorts
decision
of
around
different flows.
disclosure.
This will help us set up the
It would be
recurring
beneficial
email.
for Jackie to go
Let's
through the
click on this
pros and
option.
cons for her unique
This drops us on the
situation
Power
to
Automate
determine what
homepage.
is best
And you
for
can use
her.
Power Automate whether you have work
The
or
reality is
personal
there are other
Microsoft
things a
account.
person should take
Right
into
here in the center of
consideration
the
when
page,
deciding
you'll
whether
see a
to
button that
disclose or
says
not.
Create.
And we
Let's
do
click on this.
encourage individuals
This
to
now
connect
drops us
with
on a page
employment
where we can
experts
set
at the
up our
MS
flow.
Society
If
to
you've never
discuss
used
this
Power
further.
Automate before, you can
And as
automate
far
all
as
sorts
whether
of
the
different
MS
processes.
diagnosis
If we scroll
needs
down
to
the
be kept
page just a little bit,
confidential,
you'll
that
see
really
all sorts of
depends
sample
on
templates
who the
that
person
show you
decides
some
to
of the
tell.
different ways that you can use Power
HR
Automate.
managers
You
are
can automate all
required
sorts
by
of
the
different
ADA
apps and
to keep
services
all
and tie
medical
them together.
information
It's extremely
confidential.
powerful. If we
Additionally,
go
the
back off the
employer
page to
is
set up our
required
current
to
email,
keep
we
any
want to set up a
information
scheduled
obtained
crowd flow.
regarding an
The
individual's
reason why
medical
is we're going to
condition
define
in
when
a
and
separate
how
file.
often our email should go out.
If a person
click on this
decides to
option
start with
right
telling
here.
their
This now
supervisor,
opens up a prompt.
please note that
And
a
at the
supervisor is not legally bound to keep this information private. Of course, morally, we would hope that they would not tell others.
Well, just as you answered my last question, I heard you mention the ADA. Can you tell us what the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA, is, and explain what someone's rights and protections under the ADA are?
Sure. So the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA, is a civil rights piece of legislation, and it's designed to allow full participation of a person with a disability in the community, and the idea is to help prevent discrimination. It does consist of different sections or titles, and Title I deals with employment, which of course is today's focus. And the ADA applies to certain employers with 15 or more employees, and it applies to all parts of the employment process, including the application, hiring, firing, advancement, compensation, and other privileges of employment. And the ADA ensures the right for a person to request reasonable accommodations if they have disclosed their disability to their employer. It's important to note that a person does need to be qualified to do their job, and be able to
Where was
perform
this
the
my
essential
entire
functions
year?
of the job,
Instead of
whether
having to
that's
frickin'
with
manually
or
remember
without
those.
reasonable accommodations. And really, this is a very simple explanation of the ADA. We do encourage individuals to do their research, utilize resources available to them, and contact the MS Society to discuss further.
Edward tells us that he's a store manager who
very top,
spends all
You
day
can
on
give
his
your
feet.
flow a name.
And
So
Edward
I'll
wants
put
to
in a
know
name.
what he can do if his
You can
MS-related
indicate
fatigue
when you want
and
this flow
balance
to become
problems
active.
start to
I
interfere
want it
with
to be
his
active
ability to do his
immediately,
work.
so I will leave it set to the card
Yeah,
date.
it sounds
Down
like
below,
with
you can
Edward
also
that he's
indicate
thinking
how often
ahead
you want it
and that
to
his
recur.
symptoms are not
Now, if I
necessarily
click on this
affecting him
drop-down
right
list,
now,
here I have
but
all
he's
these
worried
different
about
options.
the future.
I want to sign
And
out
so
a
it's
weekly
always a good
email.
idea to
so
be
here I'll
proactive.
select week.
This is
And
a
it's
good
currently
time for
set to
Edward to
1
learn
week.
about his rights,
Below, I can
get an
indicate the day of the
understanding
week
of what
that I want this
disclosure
email to go
entails
out on.
if he hasn't
I think
disclosed
every
to
Friday
date,
would be good. So let me
explore
select all these
accommodation
other
ideas
days
for
and
fatigue
just
and
leave
balance,
Friday active.
and
I
learn
think this all
about
looks good
benefits
now. Below, I'll
through
click
work
on
such as
create.
private disability.
On the next screen, we can start building
Understanding
out the
his
flow.
options now
At the
will
very
help him
top, we can
prepare
see
for
the
when
recurrence that we set
and
up
or
on the
if his
previous screen.
symptoms do start to
Here I
interfere
can
with
click
work.
on that, and here I
And
can
he could also
confirm
be looking
that it
at
runs on
exploring a
Friday every
different
single week.
career,
That's
just
exactly
to kind
what
of
we
have
want.
a backup
Above,
option
I can
should it
also
become
modify
too
that.
difficult
Let's
for
say I
him
want a
to
different
have a job
frequency
that
for
requires
this email.
him to be
Below,
on his
you
feet
can also
all
click
day.
on Show Advanced
And
Options,
I would
and
also
here you
say
can
that he
configure a
should
few
be
other
having
settings.
open
For
communication with his
instance, you can
healthcare
set the time
providers
zone.
and keeping them up to date on how his MS
Over
symptoms
here,
may
you
be
can also set the
impacting his
hour
ability
for
to
when
work.
this email should go out. I find that 8
What are some
p.m. tends to work the
examples
best.
of
That's when
reasonable
people go to work
accommodation?
and they check
And I
their
hope you'll
inbox,
also
and this way,
explain
this
whether an
email will
employer
show up at
has
the
to
top
give
of their
someone
inbox.
that
That's
exact
exactly what we want.
accommodation that they've requested.
And here, you can
Yeah,
also
so
define the minute.
there are a lot of
Otherwise,
creative
all
ways
these
to
settings look
accommodate
good.
individuals
So
with
here, I'll
MS and
collapse
some of
this
the most
category.
complex
Now
symptoms
that we have the
that they may
recurrence
be
all set up,
experiencing.
next we need to
Working
configure
from
it to send
home, a
out an
flexible
email.
work
Below, let's
schedule,
click on the
longer
button that
breaks,
says
a
New
desk
Step.
closer to the
And
bathroom,
here we can now choose
reduced
an
hours,
operation.
specialized
Here
equipment,
we can see all the
more
different
time
apps
to
and
do
services
tasks,
that we can automate.
ergonomic
I'll click on
workstation.
this
These are
icon,
just a few
and
examples
this
of
expands
what
the list of all the different
reasonable
connectors
accommodations
I
could
can
be.
use. Just an example,
And we know
let's say
also
instead
that
of sending
the
an
need and
email,
type of
you want to
accommodation
send out a
may
Teams
change over
message every
time
week.
as symptoms
Here you can
change or
choose
when a person
Microsoft Teams,
experiences
and you have all these
a
different
relapse
apps
or
and
increase of
services that you could
symptoms.
use as well. So
And
many different
again,
options.
this is kind of a
Of
theme, but
course,
we
we
do
want to send
encourage
out a
individuals
recurring
to talk with
email.
their
So
healthcare
up above,
providers
let's
and
tap in
utilize
Outlook,
the resources
and this will
available
filter
to
the
them
group
to
just
help
down to Outlook.
brainstorm
Over
ideas for
here,
their
you have
unique
Office
situation.
365 Outlook.
As for
So
the
if you have a
second
paid
part of the
account, you can
question,
use this option.
an employer is
Over
not
here, we have
obligated to provide the
Outlook.com,
exact
and if you have a free or
accommodation a
paid
person
account,
requests.
you could use this.
But
So
they
in
do
this
need to
instance,
provide
I'm
one
going to
that
click
is
on
effective.
Outlook.com.
So
This
for
tab is up a
example,
list of
if
actions
there
that
are
I can
two
automate
potential
within
reasonable
Outlook.
accommodations
And here, too,
and one
you have
costs
many
more,
different
the
options.
employer may choose
Of
to
course, we
provide
want to
the
send
least
out an
expensive
email,
one
and here's an
as long
action
as
for
it is
sending an email.
effective.
Let's click on this
That
option.
means the accommodation
On this
needs
screen, I
to
can now
remove
enter
the
in the
workplace
details
barrier.
of my repeating email.
Also, just
Above,
a
I
quick
can
note that the
specify
employer
who
does
I
not
want to
need to
send this
provide
email to.
accommodations that would
Next,
cause an
put in
undue
the
hardship
subject,
to them,
and below
and
I'll
that
type
would
in the
look
body
very
of my
different from
message.
employer to
So
employer.
here, I'll enter in my message.
What can someone do
At the
if the
bottom, you can also
accommodation they
expose
requested
advanced
is
options.
denied?
And when I click on this,
When
here you
requesting
can
reasonable
copy people
accommodations,
on your
it
email.
is an interactive
You could also
process,
BCC
and
someone,
there should be some
and you
back
could
and
even
forth,
add
and that
attachments.
could include
So a
some
few different
negotiating.
options that you can look at.
So if a
I'll hide the
person's
advanced
request for an
options.
accommodation
I think
is
this
denied,
email is now all
there
ready
are
to
a
go.
few
So down
things that
below,
they
I
can
click on
explore.
save. And
We do
look at
encourage
that.
people to
It now
try to
tells
find
me
out
that the flow
why
is
the
ready to go.
request was
That
denied
means
to
that
help
this
them
flow is now
determine the
active,
next
and it will
steps.
start sending out
For
email
example,
every
if
single
the
Friday
person's
at
employer
8
denied the
a.m.
request
They also
because they do
recommend
not
testing
believe
it.
the
In
medical
the top right-hand
documentation
corner,
showed
you'll
that the
see this
individual
icon
has a
that says
disability,
test. If
then
I
there's
click
the
on that,
option of
that
providing
opens out a
additional
pane, and
documentation.
here I can manually
Or if
test out
one's
this flow.
employer
Let's
denied
click
an
on test.
accommodation request
On the
because
next
they
screen,
stated it would pose an undue hardship, then the person can
let's
suggest
click on
other
workflow.
options. If
And
a
just
person
like that,
thinks
it looks
that
like it's
their employer
successfully
did not
sent out
provide
the
them
email.
with a valid
I'll
reason
click on
to
done.
deny the request, or they won't give
Right
a
up on
reason,
top, it lets me
then
know
a
that the
person
flow
can
ran
appeal this
successfully, so
decision
that means
by
that they
going
have
up the chain of
received
commands.
this email.
And
Over
other
on the
options
left-hand
include
side,
filing a
let's
grievance
now
with
click
the
into my
union if they
flows.
have one,
On the
or
My
filing
Flows
a complaint
screen,
with the
I see a
Equal
list of
Employment
all my different
Opportunity
flows,
Commission
or in this
or
case,
state
the one
enforcement
repeating
agency.
email that I've set up. When I hover over it,
Antonio
I can manually
works in
just
an
run the
office,
flow.
but
I
tells
could also
us
go
that he
back
can
and edit
successfully
it.
complete
Let's
his
say
work
that I want it to
remotely
run every
from
2
home.
weeks instead of
When he's
every week. And
experiencing
here, if we click
MS-related
on the
vision
ellipses,
issues,
I have a few
Antonio
more options.
struggles with his
Down
commute to
here,
the
if I no
office.
longer want
He
to send
thinks it
out
would be
this repeating
helpful if he
email,
could work
I
from
can turn
home
it
on
off.
those days.
Back on this
And
main list.
Antonio wants to know
Let's
how
get into
he
the day.
should approach this with his employer.
Okay, so there are a couple options
You know, which is
for
funny
Antonio.
that it was doing that
First,
because
he
I was
could
watching.
check
It's not
on
supposed to
what the
capture that other
employer's
window.
work from home policy is. If they
I hate
allow working
OBS.
from home, he may be able to request it that way.
Yeah, I was watching a video
If
and
the
had to
employer
automate
does
a flow
not
with
have a work
Outlook
from home
without having to pay for
policy,
extra shit.
or it does not fit his
Something I should have
needs,
done a
he
year
can
ago because
still
there's an
request
email I
working
send
from
every
home
Monday,
as a
and
reasonable
I've manually
accommodation.
been doing it, and I
And
just
again,
now
requests
thought
and
about a way to fucking
accommodations
automate
is
it.
an interactive
Hi,
process,
Disco.
and there can be some negotiation. So Antonio really should come prepared to talk about how working from home will help him be more productive, but also how it works really working from home is proposing to do a trial period to ensure that it is working for
see
both
you.
the employee
I mean, I haven't
and the
seen
employer.
you, but I've been throwing up
And
alert on my phone
Antonio
long
and
enough to
others
keep a
in
streak
similar
going when I've been
situations
working when you
should
streamed over the
consider who
weekend.
to speak to first. HR is going to need to be involved at some point. They're the ones that are familiar with
Yeah,
the
hers is
laws
always loud.
and are legally obligated to keep information confidential. But sometimes people do wish to start with their supervisor,
All the
and
blurbs
that's
are at the same
fine.
volume.
If they have a
Hers
good
is just super
relationship
loud.
with them and they believe they're not going to gossip, and they feel that they'll be supported by them, then their supervisor can help guide the process. But again, HR would need to be brought in to the process at some point. And just keep in mind again that a supervisor, as mentioned before, is not legally obligated to keep this information confidential.
Are there resources that can help someone with their request for accommodation?
There certainly are, and I will go over a couple of them. First, there's the National MS Society. We do have employment experts who can discuss employment concerns for people with MS, and that can include discussing accommodation ideas and providing resources on preparing one's approach to requests and accommodations. There's also the Job Accommodation Network, or JAN for short, and they provide a ton of information about the ADA, and they can help brainstorm accommodation ideas. And there's the regional ADA centers, which are a free resource that can provide information all about the ADA as
Of course,
well.
Disco.
And you can visit the Society's
We love-
website to
We love our
learn
Disco.
more about
Can't
how
be
to
Daddy
connect
Disco
to
if we
these
don't hang out with Daddy
resources.
Disco, you know?
Lynn met
Blurb
with
giving
his
you
new
away? Yes, Blurb
neurologist,
gives you
and
away.
he's
That's why
about
I
to
use
start
Blurb.
a disease-modifying therapy. He heard that the infusion appointments can take up to several hours of the day, and it's possible that
broke?
he'll feel fatigued or unwell for a day or two
I'm super broke.
following the infusion.
I'm literally
Lynn
fighting
is
with the
concerned
freaking.
that he's going to need to
just
take
spit out
time off
phosphorus.
from work.
Like, I'm literally
and
freaking fighting with the
wants
bank
to know
about
what
this
his
fucking
options
trailer
are.
is broke. Like,
Yeah, this is certainly a concern that we have heard before. Likely Lynn is going to need to communicate with his employer and request accommodations. There's another legal protection for people with disabilities called the Family Medical Leave Act, or FMLA, which allows a person to take some time off
phosphorus is
from
good, but
work
why
due
did
to a
that
serious
double
medical
post? That was
condition,
weird.
and it does have job protected leave. So this can be used in
Bank
chunks
crashing
of
this season
time
with
or
Manila.
intermittently.
I bet
And it
it
sounds
does.
like Lynn
Oh, mine
could
does.
benefit from using family medical leave when he has his infusions to protect his job and to not affect his attendance record. There are eligibility requirements for FMLA, such as having to work there for a certain amount of time and for a certain number of hours. So if a person isn't eligible for FMLA, there is something called
Sorry, I'm
leave
waiting-
as a
waiting
reasonable
for my new
accommodation
shirts to
that
show up,
could
so
potentially be used as
I
well.
decided to start trying to
It
design
works
merchandise.
just like FMLA and can be used in chunks of time or
Doing taxes and stuff,
intermittently
fucking
as
gross.
well.
I decided
and
to
it does
start trying to do
offer job
merchandise,
protection.
and
But
I only
with
got
both
like
of
a
these
couple designs so
protections,
far.
an employee would need
So I had a
to
couple.
speak with
I
their
had some sample
employer and
shirts
come to
sent
an
from me and the
agreement
wife
of
because
how
I'm
it
going to
would
start
be
a new
utilized.
segment that'll be on the streams every now and then
Leo
called
has
This
lived
Itch.
with MS for several months now, and he doesn't feel
where
that
we
his
have somebody to
MS
bitch about.
impacts him at work at
It all
all.
started with a joke.
He says
when the
most
wife
of
was
the
talking
time
about
he
somebody.
feels
It's like
fine.
this bitch. So, instead of
why
this
is
bitch,
today's
it's this
discussion
bitch.
important
It's gonna be
for
great.
someone like Leo?
Today's discussion is absolutely important for Leo as well as others in similar situations. It's important for people to be thinking proactively about employment and get educated about the potential impact
Oh, give me
a
a sec.
person's MS might have on them in the workplace. As you stated in the beginning, MS is complex and unpredictable, and it can have varying effects on a person's ability to work and can change quickly. So new symptoms and/or a relapse can be scary and make a person question if they can continue to do their job. So it's helpful to have this information ahead of time versus scrambling to figure it out when a person is going through a relapse. And part of being proactive for people is to learn about and understand their rights and responsibilities and their options when it comes to employment. It also means becoming familiar with what benefits their employer offers, such as private disability, health insurance, understanding what their leave policies are, and so on. And we have seen through research and practical experience that people with MS often leave the workplace prematurely, in part because they are not aware of their legal rights and how to tap into them. So for people who may not be experiencing difficulties at work right now, such as Leo, it's still very helpful and important information for them to learn and have on hand.
Anne-Marie was diagnosed with MS last year, and she's worried about her employment. Keeping her job and benefits secure is now more important to her than ever. And Anne-Marie wants to know if she can be let go from her job because she has MS.
In general, you cannot be fired for simply having multiple sclerosis. That being said, there are two things that I would like to point out. There is one exception to this. If a person poses a direct threat to the health or safety of oneself or others, they could be let go. And a direct threat means that a significant risk to substantial harm exists. And secondly, while there are legal protections in place, such as the ADA, FMLA, learning about disclosure and accommodations to help a person maintain their job, Anne-Marie and others still need to be able to do the essential functions of their job.
What should a person with MS do if they think their employment rights have been violated?
Yeah, there are various avenues that a person can explore if they feel that their rights have been violated. It is a good idea to start internally if possible. For example, working with a person's union if they have one, and/or to follow an internal grievance procedure to try to resolve it that way. A person can also consult with an attorney, and then to kind of determine what the next steps are. And then they also are able to file a complaint with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission if that's the route that they choose to go, as that is the agency that enforces the ADA.
I've heard you say more than once that one good avenue is reaching out to someone at the National MS Society because they have people like yourself who are employment specialists. How can a person reach an MS navigator to talk through their employment concerns?
Sure. So a person can give us a call at our 1-800 number, which is 1-800-344-4867, to connect with an employment expert, or visit the Society's website to connect via chat or email. And this contact information will be available on an upcoming slide. And we do have a team that specializes in employment concerns such as legal rights, disclosure, accommodations, and other things such as changing careers. And while we are not able to provide legal advice, we can educate people on what their rights are and provide legal referrals. Our goal is to help educate individuals with MS so that they can make an informed decision about their employment situation.
You've shared some really important information with us today. Let me ask you, Christina, what would you say are the top 3 takeaways that you'd like our viewers to remember?
Well, you heard me mention it a couple of times, but I would say be proactive. Learn about your legal rights and responsibilities in the workplace, because knowledge really is power. And along those lines, I would say learn about your employer-sponsored benefits and learn what your options are. And then communicate with your doctor. Throughout one's MS and employment journeys, it's important that their healthcare providers know what's going on as well.
Well, thank you for sharing your expertise with us. I think we have time to answer a few more questions from our viewers. We heard from Theo, who says he requested adaptive equipment for his computer as an accommodation. He met with his direct supervisor about a week ago, but he hasn't received any kind of an update. Now, how long does Theo's company have to respond to his request?
So, unfortunately, there's no set time frame that the ADA provides, but it does say that an employer should follow up within a timely manner. And unnecessarily delays in responding and implementing accommodations could result in a violation of the ADA. So I would say for Theo, it's okay to follow up and see where they are in the process of the accommodation request.
Sola wants to know if there are employers that are interested in hiring people with disabilities. And if there are, how can she find them?
There are. So in fact, on our website, there is a link for a job search engine for employers who are looking to have a diverse workplace that includes having people with disabilities. And there are various disability-friendly job boards as well. And you can feel free to give the MS Society a call for us to provide you with the full list.
Earlier in answering a question, I heard you mention consider a career change. Well, we heard from Olivia, who is doing exactly that. She's considering a career change, and she wants to know whether there are resources to help people with MS explore different kinds of work that could be a really good fit for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So each state, they have a vocational rehabilitation program, and that's designed to help people with disabilities to find and maintain employment. They offer a variety of services to people to help people with disabilities being successful in their jobs. And one great use of them is to go and, explore career options. One of the services that they have is a vocational evaluation that can help a person learn what their skills are and what areas may be good for them to work in. And then there's also the career one-stop centers that each state has. They are open to the public, but some of them do have a disability navigator program and have a variety of services to help individuals explore career options. So there definitely are options out there.
Well, I want to thank everyone who submitted some great questions, and thank you, Christina, for being with us today.
My pleasure.
Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigator team is your best partner when it comes to connecting you to the very best information and resources on living with MS. You can reach an MS Navigator, as Christina just reminded us, by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. For information and resources on MS, please be sure to visit the Society's website. You'll find research updates and news, information on connection programs like self-help groups and MS Friends. You'll hear about ways that you can get involved, and you'll find out about upcoming events that are taking place near you. Remember, you can connect with the National MS Society and others affected by MS on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where I continue the conversation that we start here. You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. I'd like to thank Christina for joining us today. Please remember that a recording of this webcast will be available at the Society's website, nationalmssociety.org/MSExpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. And I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our programming topics on the National MS Society's website. And now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey pinned to the comments section. On YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description. And on Twitch, you can find that link in the chat. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us continuously improve, and it helps shape future programs. The survey takes just 1 minute. so I hope you'll take a minute to fill it out. On behalf of Christina Forster and the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining us. Please stay safe and make healthy choices. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask.
Can I pause this? No, it's just taking forever.
And open, honest communication. But communicating effectively with your healthcare provider and making informed decisions about your care can sometimes be challenging. And those challenges can quickly multiply when someone is faced with language or cultural barriers. Dr. Luis Manrique Trujillo joins us today to explore ways to enhance communication, bridge cultural gaps, and empower you to engage more effectively with your healthcare provider. Dr. Manrique is a neurologist specializing in neuroimmunology and multiple sclerosis at MedStar Georgetown University Hospital in Washington, D.C. Welcome, Dr. Manrique, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for inviting me, John. It's a pleasure to be here today.
I did ask
Most
the
situations
society
in life
to like
benefit
remove the
from
older
clear,
ones
open
when they do
communication.
repeats, I think.
So when it comes to preparing for an upcoming appointment with your healthcare provider, what's the best way to ensure that all your concerns are heard and your expectations are met?
The first thing you have to keep in mind is probably when you are going to meet them for the first time, or even if you're meeting them in follow-up visits, is you are going to establish a long-term patient-physician relationship. MS is a long-term disease, a chronic disease, and you're gonna be meeting them several times. So you want to start that communication process in the best terms possible. That goes with providing accurate information, being completely transparent about all the questions as essential points to start with. I think that you can help to improve this communication by listing ahead of time your concerns and your top priorities to discuss. For example, probably you can start by telling them what's the main purpose of the visit right away. If you're starting with a first counter, say, for instance, my primary care doctor sent me here, or I would like a second opinion from you, or I'm transferring care to you. That all of those sentences might be important in a first encounter, so they know what's the reason why you're there. In follow-up encounters, probably you want to keep your list realistic, and maybe prioritize those symptoms that are mostly bothersome, and then try to schedule an appointment sooner if there are some points that you would like to continue to discuss. Regarding the expectations you should set is very important, as I was mentioning, that you talk to your provider about what's coming up in the short term, what's the plan going forward, and making sure that you really understand what is the order of the next steps you should follow.
Eric told us that he's naturally soft-spoken, so he worries about not being listened to during his medical appointments. Are there specific steps that Eric can take to become a stronger communicator with his MS care team?
So we find patients like Eric very frequently. I would like to tell him that he's not alone, that many patients struggle with the volume of their voice. Also, this applies to other patients that have speech difficulties, word finding difficulties, which is very common with MS, and actually patients that have cognitive issues or attention deficits as well can really struggle to communicate with their providers. So for Eric, there is a couple of advices. So the first thing is that probably writing ahead of time what he would like to discuss might be really helpful. Is very important that, as I was mentioning before, he prioritize what he would like to talk about with the provider, but also that will help the provider to maybe read what he's trying to express, and the volume of his voice is not gonna be a big issue. And then there is something else that Eric can do about it is that he can bring a support person who is someone who knows him very well. So it can be a family member or a friend, and someone that he trusts, and then this person can actually help him to organize his thoughts and concerns, and maybe tell the provider about what they have witnessed before in terms of Eric's symptoms. So those are actions that can be really helpful.
I'll be right back. Eddie's back.
From a provider standpoint, we may need to ask him to repeat the questions or repeat his concerns, and that's okay. Is okay even if he might have some questions about what we say. Probably we can repeat as well. And I just want to reassure Eric that there is no issue with that. We have to repeat some of the information.
It's important that someone feel confident that their healthcare provider is fully qualified to treat their MS. Are there specific qualifications to look for? What's the best way to find a healthcare provider with expertise in MS?
That's a very good question, Eric, and I feel like many patients with multiple sclerosis have a struggle to find such a person, and it can be very challenging. There are many general neurologists out there who have plenty of experience over the years treating patients, but there is also multiple sclerosis and neuroimmunology trained neurologists who dedicated part of their training to see mainly MS patients, and that's the kind of provider that ideally you may want to find. I think that staying with the local neurologist but might be very convenient, and there are so many of them who are very good. But if for some reason, whether you want to stay with them or not, you may find yourself with some questions about the near future or the long-term plan. So if that happens, I advise the audience to seek a second opinion with an MS specialist. As I said, this might be only one-time encounter, and then you may go back to your local neurologist, but you may stay with the MS experts if geographically it's convenient for you. So to do that, the National MS Society is a very good resource. I have had several patients finding really great providers through the National MS Society, and also you may consult, for instance, the healthcare network that is nearby to you, and when you try to scroll down in the different neurologists that come up with your search, oftentimes you will find that they do have expertise in neuroimmunological conditions or multiple sclerosis. So if they list that as one of their expertise, you may need to call the office and make sure that they see multiple sclerosis patients. Oftentimes they prefer to send them to one of the providers that work in the office, and at the same time, if you go to their office and you start talking to them, you may get a sense of how experts they are in the topic. Additionally, I would like to mention that there are some MS comprehensive centers that might be closer than you think, and you may need to Google them or talk to your primary care provider, because they oftentimes have the resources to find an MS comprehensive center. And what that means is that usually there are other providers other than neurology providers, such as physical medicine and rehabilitation, urologists, physical occupational therapists that work in those centers, and it might be helpful for you to be evaluated in one of those to have a comprehensive care.
MS symptoms and severity can differ from one individual to the next. So, what's the best way for someone to live with the varied and unpredictable nature of MS? And how does a healthcare provider approach the many diverse aspects of multiple sclerosis?
Multiple sclerosis has so many phases, as you were mentioning. I think that it will be virtually impossible to cover all of these symptoms in the short time that we have for an appointment. I think that it takes some expertise to prioritize the which one of those symptoms we can address in each encounter. Hence, the importance of communicating very well with your provider and letting them know what you think could be the worst at the moment they are evaluating. So to to give you some of the symptoms that patients live with, the most common ones are muscle weakness, numbness, tingling, visual abnormalities, balance loss, and bladder issues. I can go all the way towards cognitive speech difficulties, mood disorders, neuropathic pain, bowel issues as well. So some of these topics can be even difficult to talk to. So you need to trust your provider as well, build that trust, knowing that they want the best for you. And in the long term, actually, some of these symptoms can become progressive, meaning that they may be fluctuating, like they may worsen with time. So when that happens, that I would say that it's very likely you will need an MX expert that can address all of these issues in possible hundred of patients that they have seen, because it's someone that doesn't have enough experience with MS patients might get might get tricked thinking that the symptoms are coming from some from a different condition, and it's important that we make sure that they are not coming from multiple sclerosis.
Toby says that he's interested in getting a second opinion regarding his treatment options, but he's worried that seeking a second opinion might negatively affect his relationship with his current doctor. What's the best way for Toby to navigate this kind of a situation?
The first step for Toby will be telling them upfront what his concerns are. As I was saying, many general neurologists don't have enough experience in patients with multiple sclerosis, so Toby might find that actually his local neurologist is not as experienced and comfortable seeing these patients. I I I don't foresee any provider, getting mad at Toby or taking actions about a second opinion. I feel like it's always good to hear a second a second brain thinking about your patient, but you may find some providers that might be a little bit jealous about their patients. So I think that it is definitely better to let them know, and when you do, and when Toby does that, probably should tell this provider what they are uncomfortable with, or what they are why they are looking a second opinion for. Or I will just say, if it is regarding the diagnosis or the treatment, that this is a chronic disease they're gonna be living with their entire lives, and that they just want a second pair of eyes to look at them. And I feel like anyone in their shoes, if the provider puts themselves in Toby's shoes, I will understand perfectly the reason to get a second opinions. As I mentioned before, I encourage all the patients to have second opinions, even if they are seeing an M expert. Sometimes that happens. We see that in the office all the time. Like they go and look and see another provider and make sure that we are in the right track, and that's definitely okay with this type of chronic conditions.
When they're talking with their healthcare provider, are there steps that someone can take to make those conversations more collaborative and ensure that their voices are heard so that all the elements of their treatment plan are truly the result of shared decision making?
So this gets me to call all of our patients and and tell them that they should be working with someone that has a patient-centered model. I feel like there are so many doctors in the country that are still they're still having a paternalistic model. So when we talk about paternalistic, we mean that the provider will tell you what to do, and the patient should just follow what they say. And in a patient-centered model, I think that this long-term relationship will work better. In general, as MS providers, we appreciate patients who ask questions and keep curious about their disease, because we know that those are main motivators that will down the road will drive the compliance with different therapies and the long-term plan. So I think that if we make sure that if the patients keep asking questions, and we make sure to keep getting back to them and keeping them in our thought process, we might be able to take better decisions. We call this a shared decision making process, because it has to be, the patient has to add some of these steps of the plan, and we need to focus on what's important to them. So to give an example, if I have a patient that is telling me that they are scared of adverse effects of medications we're using for symptomatic management, I will definitely just use the least amount of medications, since I know they are scared of developing side effects. Or in the other hand, if the patient tells me that they like alternative medications, I take that into account. Even though I don't know how to prescribe alternative medications, I will keep up with what they think is the best for them. Maybe we'll try to add a disease-modifying therapy, since we know that it prevents relapses. But I will work with them, and of course the family members, because they are essential in this process. And we also want to make sure that we hear their voices. So sometimes family members or friends are very important. So the method of active listening and questioning and active questioning most of the times work very well.
Not everyone speaks English as their primary language. So, for individuals for whom English is a second language, how can they best address potential communication barriers when they're speaking with members of their MS care team?
That is an excellent question, John, and that's probably contributing to so many healthcare disparities we're seeing. Multiple sclerosis is one of those chronic diseases when we are seeing higher rates of disability and even mortality in minority patients. So addressing these barriers is essential. We really need to work in improving the network of official translators for all the patients that we have, regardless of their origin or the language they speak. I think that having the approach to include diverse population in our offices will help us to understand better what are those cultural factors that drive some of the decisions that they take. I really encourage most of our patients and providers to try to obtain these cultural competencies that will help us to address healthcare disparities.
Natalia tells us that her healthcare provider doesn't speak her primary language, but offers written materials in her primary language. And Natalia is worried that she could end up receiving outdated information that was printed perhaps long ago. What online resources that provide current and reliable information about her MS diagnosis would you recommend for someone like Natalia?
You don't have any.
I think that having well-informed patients is very important for us. We don't want them to go to Dr. Google, because it can be very mean sometimes, and it can give you wrong information. So the National MS Society website has a lot of educational resources that are very helpful. And not only that, the resources not only talk about the disease, the diagnosis, the therapies that we have. They also have patient services and different resources to live with the disease. So if you have not visited the website yet, I will strongly encourage you to do that. There are other websites that have very high quality information as well. One of them is called Can Do MS, and it does have a very simple language to explain what the disease is, what are the therapies, and some of the common symptoms that patients with MS experience. So that's another good resource. And the third resource I would like to recommend is the Multiple Sclerosis Foundation website. It does have very good resources in terms of education, but also has a part of the website that is called MS Community as MS Focus. And then what it helps you with is that it will connect you with navigators in your area, and it will help the families as well to learn about MS. So those three resources are very good, and I will invite everyone to visit them.
Cultural differences can sometimes create barriers to trust between people from different cultures. How can someone best establish trust with their healthcare provider in situations where cultural differences may exist between them?
So this question helps me to amplify more about the cultural competence, and what that means actually is that we understand this concept actually as the ability to collaborate effectually with individuals from different cultures, and such competence takes some experience. What I mean with that is sharing and seeing patients from those cultures is probably the gold standard for you to be able to work with them, because as long as you have not shared with them, it can be the office setting, or maybe it can be outside the office. If you have not seen how they live, what are their values, their cultural beliefs, it will be hard for you to understand some of the things that they decide and some of their behaviors. So I think that this is something that the United States needs to work better on, and it's a little bit different than just working in diversity and inclusion. This might take some time, and some of the patients actually talk about a related topic to cultural competence in terms of saying, oh, I really like to see someone who looks like me, who speaks like me. What I will say is that, you know, many providers that maybe they don't look like you or they speak like you, they might be able to understand your culture. So probably what you want to find is someone that is able to understand and share some of your cultural values, and that way you might feel more comfortable talking to them about things like perceptions of illness and the reasons why you take decisions regarding your health. So I think it's essential for us to keep working on improving the cultural competencies.
At the end of an appointment, there may not be anything more important than feeling like your concerns have been heard and addressed by your healthcare team. So thank you for sharing some really valuable insights that can make that a smoother process. Let me ask you, what would you say are the top 3 takeaways that you'd like our viewers to remember?
The first takeaway I would say is the long-term relationship with your provider. You need to think about it like a long-term. Once you have chosen someone, it's gonna be down the road. It's gonna be essential to keep an open communication with them and make sure that it's someone that is responsive, that validates your cultural values and your emotions. The second takeaway is think about how your provider is addressing the issues that you are bringing up, and when you think about the way they are doing it, think if they are centering on you as a patient. So having someone who is patient centered, I feel like is essential for if you are living with MS. And the way that I would like to phrase it to make to make this point stronger is that you want someone who is your ally. You want an alliance or a partnership, working with them and taking decisions. And then lastly, the last takeaway point is the cultural competency.
No, that's not what I want to do. I want to
Even
use
if
Copilot to
if
freaking
this is
do
a
shit like
provider that
Skype.
might not be familiar with your culture, or if you're a provider, probably we need to become better to trying to understand and put ourselves in the shoes of our patients. And then if you are a patient, maybe you can share some of your culture, because once people understand some of their some patients' values and beliefs, definitely the relationship will be stronger.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing your expertise with us, Dr. Manrique. I think we have time for one more question from our viewers. And we heard from Brian, who tells us that his anxiety during medical appointments frequently causes him to forget his concerns while he's there. He says that he wishes there was a list he could refer to. Do you have any suggestions that might make Brian's life easier during those medical appointments?
Brian is facing the white coat syndrome. And it's true that healthcare environments can cause a lot of anxiety, and you may forget what was important for you to discuss. So, one strategy could be keeping it simple, and then there is a methodology that we advise patients to use that is called Ask 3 Questions, and you can better understand what you need to ask. Is about the what, the how, and why. So the first question is probably, what's my main problem? So you're gonna ask your provider, like, what do they think is their biggest, or they're gonna tell them what's their biggest issue and talk about it. And the second one is about the how, is that what do I need to do? And I say how is because probably you're gonna follow steps about what you need to do going next. And then finally is the why is that important to me. So when you are able to understand better why the decisions or the advice that your provider is giving you, then it might be better for you to follow their advice.
Well, I want to thank everyone who submitted some great questions, and thank you again, Dr. Manrique, for being with us today.
Thank you, John. Really appreciate it.
Before we close, I want to remind you that for information and resources on MS,
Why is my freaking
please
screen
visit
that keep
the
like,
Society's
disconnecting like that?
website.
It's so weird.
You'll find research updates and news, information on connection programs like self-help groups, and you'll hear about ways to get involved,
price of
as
the show
well
is
as
still
finding out
connected,
about
it just doesn't
upcoming events
register
that are
the button.
taking place near
Well,
you.
it's hard to explain that to Matt.
Remember, you can connect
like,
with
yo,
the
this just
National MS
randomly stopped.
Society
Like, it's
and
hard to
others
explain that
affected
when it
by
shows it's
MS
still
on
connected.
Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where I continue the conversation that we start here. You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. I'd like to thank Dr. Luis Manrique Trujillo for joining us today. Please remember that a recording of this webcast will be available at the Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our upcoming program topics on the National MS Society's website. And now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey into the comments section. On YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description. And on Twitch, you'll see that link in the chat. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us continuously improve, and it helps shape future webcasts. The survey takes just 1 minute, so I hope you'll take a minute
Not me
to
sending
fill it out.
clips to a teammate about Hunt Showdown.
On
to
behalf of
see if
Dr.
he
Luis
actually wants
Manrique
to
Trujillo
play
and
it.
the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining us. Please stay safe and make healthy choices. To this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. I'm a past member of the International Progressive MS Alliance Scientific Steering Committee, and currently I serve on the MS Society's Community Review of MS Research Committee. I'm a district activist leader and trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect and to connect you with experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that people affected by MS ask and wonder about every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators are online throughout today's program, answering those questions and connecting you to resources. People living with multiple sclerosis may actually hold the key to curing the disease. Donating brain and spinal cord tissue to MS research will help the scientific community understand what's driving the disease, what's driving disease progression. Joining us today to discuss the research being done at tissue banks and the importance of tissue donation is Dr. Claire Riley. Dr. Riley is the Karen L.K. Miller Associate Professor of Neurology at Columbia University Medical Center and is co-director of the Columbia University Multiple Sclerosis Center in New York. Dr. Riley is also a co-investigator at the National MS Brain Bank, where she directs the recruitment and characterization of participants in the study. Welcome, Dr. Riley, and thanks for being with us today.
Thank you so much, John. It's really a pleasure to be here. And I just want to say I appreciate the work that you do for the MS community. You're really a resource and a leader in communication, bringing us together. It's so valuable.
Thanks so much. You know, I always like to start by getting our definitions in order. Can you tell us what tissue donation is and how it differs from whole body donation?
Absolutely. Choosing to donate your brain, spinal cord, optic nerves, and related tissues to MS research is really a targeted anatomical gift. Many people generously decide to become organ donors, for example, and there can be some misunderstanding. And so I think some people have the idea that, well, if organ donation can't be accomplished, maybe other tissues will be repurposed for research. That's really not the case. If you want to donate your tissues to research, there has to be an explicit choice and a receiving tissue bank program like ours. Another option is whole body donation. For example, medical students like I or my colleagues have the privilege of learning anatomy through the process of dissection, and that's a whole body donation. So they're really pretty distinct.
So what types of tissue are studied in MS, and how can this kind of work bring us closer to identifying cures?
Most common donations are brain and spinal cord. And we know these to be sort of the core tissues that are involved in multiple sclerosis. But Our program also includes optic nerves, which are very commonly involved. We know optic neuritis to be a common presenting clinical syndrome in multiple sclerosis. We also study the meninges, the coverings of the brain, and cervical lymph nodes. And some of this is in response to requests that we've received at the bank as we've been growing and reflects our evolving understanding of MS pathophysiology. And I would say one of our core values at the National MS Brain Bank is to be nimble and responsive to our requesting investigators. So how can it bring us closer to cures? I mean, we're providing the material for scientists across the country, really across the world, to be able to test hypotheses, to link their ideas and their concepts to sort of the ground truth and what's happening in the tissue.
The National MS Society has supported tissue banks for a long time. I'm hoping you can tell us about the National MS Brain Bank and how it's different from other tissue banks.
There are several existing brain banks for multiple sclerosis in the United States and several across the world, including some that are supported by the National MS Society, as we are. And we have certainly benefited tremendously from the advice and partnership with those that have been involved in some of these existing banks. Particularly, I'll just point out John Corboy and his wonderful team at the Rocky Mountain MS Center and Tissue Bank. Our bank is different in a few ways from existing programs. The first is that we really do deep clinical phenotyping. What does that mean? We seek to enroll people into a prospective study of MS long before the end of life is even in view. And we want to follow them prospectively to understand the disease over the coming years. We enroll people in this prospective study at a distance. We can enroll them locally in New York City, but more and more we're finding people from across the country that want to be involved. And so we've developed a telehealth platform where we can collect cognitive information on people. We can send them an activity tracker to wear for a couple weeks every few years and solicit from them information about their disease through things like patient-reported outcomes. And so we can really understand how the disease is impacting the person's life and their functioning over the years. And when that person comes to the end of his or her life, there's really a deep clinical phenotype to pair with the pathology, with the tissue sample. Many tissue banks for MS and for many diseases have really limited clinical information. And, you know, when I think about MS, and I imagine this is true for our listeners today, one of the really striking features of the disease is how heterogeneous it is. You know, some people are really profoundly impacted, some become rapidly disabled, and others minimally so, and the whole range in between. And so I think understanding that clinical profile and matching it with the pathology is really key. So the second difference about our bank is that we have the ability to do molecular profiling. So when we receive tissue, it's removed quickly within 24 hours and then shipped overnight for rapid processing at our Brain Bank hub in New York. Upon arrival at the tissue bank, the tissue is frozen, and from that frozen tissue, we can do advanced molecular profiling or other investigations as requested by investigators. A third novel aspect is our postmortem imaging. So after about 2 weeks in fixative, a hemisphere or half of the brain is sent to the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, where one of our PIs, Dr. Daniel Reich, in his lab, the brain undergoes high field imaging overnight. These images are truly stunning. They're very detailed, and we have the luxury of being able to do a long scan time at high field strength. And of course, the subject matter is very still. So this really allows us to capture very, very detailed images of the brain. And then when that hemisphere returns to us, we then perform histology and section the brain. And we can see the lesions that are apparent to the naked eye, but we can also use the MRI to correlate with the pathology and find these lesions that are not visibly apparent. And so we then construct a map where you can relate the lesions that are seen on MRI with the pathology or radiopathologic correlation. And so we really seek to meld these things together and have clinical, radiographic and pathologic correlation. And these
Do we do
postmortem
mango, or do we do
images, I think, are really something that makes our brain bank unique. And I'll just say the histology is done at Yale in the laboratory of Dr. David Pitt, and then those images are digitized and can be linked to the images from the postmortem MRI. So some complexity, a lot of moving parts, but I think it really does show the creativity and the thinking of our team, and something I'm very proud of.
A moment ago, I heard you acknowledge Dr. Corboy and the tissue bank at University of Colorado. How does the National MS Brain Bank work with existing tissue banks?
We've collaborated extensively with the Rocky Mountain Group, particularly. So donors who have registered with their bank have been frequently referred to us. Since our standard operating procedures allow us to collect tissue from a broad geographic catchment area. And we also seek to enroll people that are planning to donate through Rocky Mountain or wherever, are welcome if their planned donation site isn't able to accept their brain from wherever they're living. We're happy to enroll people into our prospective study so that we can really accomplish that goal of the deep clinical phenotyping.
You're currently working on the MS Snapshot study. What can you tell us about this study?
So we've been really liberal about accepting donations from essentially all individuals with MS or healthy people who care about MS who've wanted to donate to us thus far. But our eventual model is to require that you come in through the Snapshot study as a precondition of donating to the bank. And again, that's because the clinical information is so critical to understanding the disease, and we think really solving the puzzle that is MS. We know MS to be so heterogeneous, and with some people, the progression is so gradual that it's almost imperceptible. Some people, it's rapid and profound decline. And so we really want to link the clinical information with the pathology. I think that cognition is something that's really been underappreciated, and cognitive impairment is so important to quality of life for people with MS.
All these link uses
and so I really look to that part of Snapshot as sort of a guiding concept. So Snapshot is a prospective study. It captures the clinical features of MS and really gathers treatment information as well as comorbidities, other historical information, information about risk factors, habits, and it all incorporates into this deep clinical phenotype. What does it mean practically to be an MS Snapshot? It means having about a 20 or 30-minute online telehealth visit with a study team member and completing several questionnaires once a year, and also wearing an activity monitor on your wrist for about 2 weeks every 3 to 5 years. And it's, I would say, it's certainly a commitment, but we have tried to design the protocol so that it's not an overbearing one.
I'm glad you mentioned cognition. I know your work at the MS Brain Bank uses tissue to study aging in MS, specifically how aging may impact cognition among people living with MS. Can you tell us about that work and what you're hoping to better understand?
I think this is so critical, John. Given all these recent advances in MS therapies, and we think about this revolution and being able to treat especially inflammatory aspects of MS, we've seen the life expectancy thankfully improve, and with so many people being able to take advantage of these types of treatments, I think now we have the luxury of thinking more critically about aging with MS. Columbia, where I am on the faculty, has a long history of outstanding scientific work in Alzheimer's.
Holy fuck, is this wrong?
The director of the MS Center and our division chief, Philip Dieger, he's one of the PIs of the Brain Bank and has really been a leader in understanding the role of inflammatory cells like microglia in both disease states. So we're certainly very interested in this in multiple sclerosis, but microglia clearly have an important role in the development of pathologies of aging. So there's sort of a natural fit that has led me to this place. And as a clinician caring for lots of people with MS over the better part of 2 decades now, I think that cognitive changes are under-recognized, and I want to learn more about them, about the cognitive patterns that suggest particular pathologies or disease processes in the brain, and how to serve our patients better. I think this is particularly true now that Alzheimer's is becoming a treatable disease. There's really a clinical imperative to understand and distinguish between different types of cognitive impairment in a person with a known MS diagnosis. We shouldn't just chalk it all up to MS. We have to investigate. And separately, there are shared risk factors and potentially shared pathophysiologic mechanisms between MS and AD and perhaps other pathologies of aging. And I have a hope and an inkling that understanding each disease and how they relate to each other will shed some light on their underpinnings and potential treatments.
The National MS Brain Bank website includes a hero wall. Tell me about that.
Something that really drew me to medicine in the first place, to neurology, and then to multiple sclerosis and neuroimmunology is the importance of the narrative, the story of the person. And to say, building this resource and being part of the project has allowed me to turn some attention to this. And it's just been amazing. We've received poems and artwork and other kinds of creative expression from individuals and their family members. Some of them are so, intimate. You really feel like you know the person. It's really a privilege to be able to, hold this position. And, there's so many inspiring individuals who are involved in the project. I'm really humbled by it. I hope that people read the Hero Wall, as it grows. We have quite a few kind of that are in the process now. And we can really celebrate these amazing gifts that we've received from our donors. It's such a privilege really to sit with the family members. And one of the things that strikes me is just the relationships, the people who are telling the tale. And it inspires me to, just continue to strive towards more effective treatments and towards cure, be it through this project or others that I'm involved in. I think that making the decision to donate your brain is a really brave one. I'm really inspired by those who make the decision to donate their brains to research. On a personal note, a cousin of mine, his name is James, suffered from mental illness, and he very, very sadly died from suicide this last year. One of his wishes was to donate his brain to research on schizophrenia and mental illness, and his family carried out that wish. And I found him to be so brave, even as a young man of 27. He wasn't able to survive his illness, but he was able to do good for other people. Different setting, different situation. But I think that it's really very impressive to see people making this choice. And another thing that I have been struck by is just how much gratitude our families have that we're able to receive the donation. I think that some have had the experience, when their loved one wanted to make this plan, of having a hard time finding a bank that would be able to receive their tissue. And that's, among the last wishes of your loved one, you want to fulfill it. So I feel happy that we're able to meet that need for people.
We heard from Sandy, who's curious about the process of donating her tissue after she dies. Can you explain how that works?
Sure. And we actually made an animation that's up on our website to help describe the process. You can find it under the How It Works tab. I'm guessing you might link to in your show notes, but the logistics are these. When a person is registered with MS Snapshot and enrolled in MS Snapshot, we keep an eye on where everybody is, essentially. And we maintain a network of technicians that can help us with tissue retrievals across the country. I can't say we have every square mile of the country covered, but it's a process, and we continue to strive towards that. We tend to make arrangements in the weeks or days when we know that a death is imminent or near, and that arrangement includes a plan to transport the remains to a location where the tissue removal can take place. This could be at a funeral home or at a medical center. It depends to some extent on state by state regulations. But the tissue removal has to be done quickly. So within 24 hours of death, the removal is done all posteriorly, so from behind. And in this way, if a viewing is planned or a wake with an open casket, there's no visible sign that the tissue donation has taken place.
It's weird that I can't pin that.
Crystal tells us that she wants to
Apparently my security
donate
is
her
high
brain
enough
to
do
MS
this.
Research to further research advancements. She knows it could be stressful for her daughter to follow through with the donation after Crystal
Do I
passes.
still have that message on there about
What
being
can
sick?
Crystal
No, I
do
don't.
to make this process as easy as possible for her daughter?
I think a really important part of the process of brain donation is making your
Time for
family actually a part of the
I'll be
plan.
right back.
You know, the next of
Hungry.
kin is included as a cosigner on the intent to donate document. And through that process can learn about brain donation and the logistics of it, as well as, you know, the goals of the project. And we can help to some extent to facilitate a conversation between the person who wishes to donate and the next of kin. That's something that I'm happy to be a part of. You know, we have a great team here, and we're happy to engage with families in those conversations as needed.
Daryl says that he's really passionate about the idea that donating his brain and tissue to MS Research could ultimately contribute to better treatments. He's wondering what, if any, cost is involved for him or his family.
There should be no cost to the family. Our project is funded by the National MS Society, and as part of our budget, we cover the removal of the tissue and transportation. The family will receive eventually an official brain autopsy report. Our autopsy coordinators take on the logistical burden of making the arrangements, and the only thing to do sort of shortly after the donor passes is for the next of kin to provide a verbal consent over the phone. And if the person was not involved in MS Snapshot already, we might ask that next of kin to help us gather some medical records and things like MR imaging on CD. After the removal is complete, then the remains are returned to the funeral home or to the medical center for burial or cremation or whatever the family had planned.
Roseanne tells us she doesn't live near an MS tissue bank, and she wants to know whether she's still eligible to donate, and if so, is the process different for her because of her location?
You know, we try to make a pre-plan with all of our intended donors and identify a location and a technician who can do a removal in the local area. Beyond that, we have couriers that can transport tissue from point to point across the country. So we can generally make a donation happen. I can't say we've done it in every state in the union yet, but we've certainly covered a pretty broad geographic swath. So essentially the enrollment in MS Snapshot would be the same. We can really achieve everything remotely. And just if somebody happens to live in a particularly remote area, it might just take a little bit more work on our end to identify a technician who can do the removal, but that's what we're here for.
You know, some of the people watching us today are wondering how to become a tissue donor for MS Research. So what are the first steps to take if someone is interested in learning more?
I think that the best resource is probably going to our website, and that should take you through the steps, specifically enrolling in the MS Snapshot prospective study. And when that enrollment is complete, then you're provided with the intent to donate form, and that conversation can happen with your family member next of kin and one of the members of our team if you choose. And that really starts the ball rolling. People who have family members or themselves are near the end of their lives and feel that, you know, this may be an imminent issue, can certainly contact us directly, either via email or there's a phone number. And so if time is of the essence, we can be reached more rapidly.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing some really important information that many of our viewers may not have been thinking about. What would you say are the top 3 takeaways that you'd like our viewers to remember?
Consider becoming an MS Snapshot participant and declaring your intent to donate your brain and other tissues to MS research. Talk to your family and friends, those with or without MS, to consider tissue donation to help end MS and other neurologic disorders. And lastly, I would say spread the word far and wide. Social media has such incredible power and reach. Our target enrollment in MS Snapshot is 5,000 people with MS. And that's a big number. We're not there yet. Personally, I'm very happy to join a support group meeting or other patient or community events to help share information, educate people about the power of brain donation. So you can email me, you can contact me through the website, and consider just spreading the word and amplifying this message.
Well, I want to thank everyone who submitted some excellent questions, and thank you, Dr. Riley, for being with us today.
That's my pleasure. Thank you.
Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigator team is your best partner when it comes to connecting you to the very best information and resources on living with MS. You can reach an MS Navigator by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. For information and resources on MS, please be sure to visit the Society's website. You'll find research updates and news, information on connection programs like self-help groups. You'll hear about ways that you can get involved, and you'll find out about upcoming events that are taking place near you. Remember, you can connect with the National MS Society and others affected by MS on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where I continue the conversation that we start here. You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. I'd like to thank Dr. Riley for joining us today. Please remember that a recording of this webcast will be available at the Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our upcoming program topics on the National MS Society's website. And now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey pinned to the comments section. On YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description. And on Twitch, you can find that link in the chat. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us continuously improve, and it helps shape future programs. The survey takes just 1 minute, so I hope you'll take a minute to fill it out. On behalf of Dr. Claire Riley and the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining us. Please stay safe and make healthy choices. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. I'm a past member of the International Progressive MS Alliance Scientific Steering Committee. Currently, I'm a district activist leader and trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect and to connect you with MS experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that impact people living with MS every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators are online throughout today's program, answering those questions and connecting you to resources. No two people have the exact same MS symptoms, and as many of you know, each person's symptoms can change or fluctuate over time. Many MS symptoms are referred to as invisible symptoms, which means no matter the challenges that they may present to the person living with MS, people around that person can't see what they're dealing with. Joining us today to discuss some common invisible symptoms of MS and how to manage them is Kathy Costello. Kathy is a former Associate Vice President at the National MS Society, and she was one of the original team members who developed the Ask an MS Expert program. Today, Kathy's Vice President of Programs at Can Do MS, an organization that delivers health and wellness education programs to help families living with MS thrive. As an adult nurse practitioner, Kathy specialized in MS care in academic comprehensive care centers for more than 25 years. It's great seeing you again, Kathy. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much, John, and thank you to the National MS Society for having me. I'm so happy that this program has continued. We started this in March of 2020, and here we are. And this has just been a fantastic resource for everybody affected by MS. And I have to tell you, that photo of me, wow, it's amazing what 10 years and a pandemic can do to a person to change them. But thanks for that. It was a nice memory.
Oh, no worries. I still often use my nursery school graduation photo myself when I'm appearing publicly.
Absolutely.
You know, the majority of people living with MS have symptoms that aren't apparent to others. Can you talk about some of the most common invisible symptoms of MS?
Sure, happy to. And you know, I would honestly say that most of the symptoms that people experience are invisible to others until they are at a level or they're so severe that they emerge and people can see them. So it's kind of that iceberg effect, right? What people generally see in the beginning is just the tip of the iceberg, and there's a whole lot going on under the surface. But in terms of the common invisible symptoms, probably the most common is fatigue. People experience that and often suffer in silence. Mood disorders such as depression or anxiety, cognitive issues, or our ability to think and process and remember things. Pain, both the kind that comes from the nerves and the kind that comes from the musculoskeletal system. Bowel and bladder problems, sexual dysfunction, and changes in vision. Any one of these could be apparent and people might be able to see them, but by and large, people live with these in silence, and they really affect their life. They affect how they feel about themselves, their self-esteem, their confidence, their ability to continue to live a full life, because it's hard to break through to people to help them understand. And so a spiral develops where people start to feel worse and worse and are able to do less and less when these symptoms are not addressed and managed.
Well, I want to get into some of those specific symptoms in just a moment, but I'm wondering, do we know why some people experience more visible symptoms like mobility or speech difficulties, and others experience these invisible symptoms?
Yeah, it's a great question. And you know, it really has to do with the real estate in the central nervous system, right? So the brain, the optic nerves, and the spinal cord are where the action is. And in MS, that's where the action is. But it doesn't happen across the entire central nervous system. It's haphazard. So different pathways are affected and can be affected at different times. And whatever that pathway happens to control is what you're going to see emerge as a symptom. Plus, we also know that there's lots and lots, thousands and thousands and thousands of connections. And when a few of them are altered, we may not see so much. But when more of them become altered, the person may be experiencing more symptoms. Symptoms come as part of inflammation, meaning part of a new relapse or new activity in their MS. And when that activity settles down, people may be left with some residual, meaning they may have 50% recovery or 80% recovery. And then over time, they may lose a little ground in those areas. So a visual problem might start to get worse, or bowel and bladder symptoms may potentially get worse.
So how does someone know if one of these invisible symptoms is from MS or from something else?
And that's a dilemma, because a lot of these symptoms can have different sources. A great example is fatigue. So 80% of people with MS experience MS fatigue, but fatigue can also come from infections, a sleep disorder, restless leg syndrome, anemia, lots of different things. Thyroid issues can all also produce fatigue. So it's important to raise the issue, meaning I'm having a new symptom. Describe what it is so that your MS provider can start to sort through it and try and really zero in on what actually is the cause. Is it MS or is it one of these other issues?
We heard from Colin, and I think he described, unfortunately, a common scenario. Colin wrote, "My family seems to assume that if they can't see it, then there isn't anything wrong with me." But tell me, what's the best way to explain MS to others?
Right. So, it's difficult for anybody to understand what they can't see. Or at the very least, it's difficult to understand the impact of the unseen symptom, right? They may believe you're having it, but they can't quite grasp what that impact is for you. And I think that sometimes family members or friends, people that are close to you, are a little reluctant to learn about MS. They don't read the information that you provide. They don't attend programs sometimes. They don't go to your appointments with you. And I think they might have a little bit of denial that, if they deny that it's there, maybe it's actually not there. Well, of course, that's not true. But I think the people around you are also on a learning curve. They're trying to grasp what's happening and how that impacts you, the person with MS, but how does it impact them too? Because as much as there's some guilt around this, your loved ones experience MS in their way. So it's important for them to know what's going on. So to be honest and be direct. And sometimes we experience an awful lot of frustration and even anger when someone doesn't get it. But I assure you that anger and frustration will not make the person get it. That you can't bully them into understanding it, even though you feel like, my God, let me just shake you so that you understand this. I think it's about being clear and trying to develop a vivid description that the person can relate to help them understand what you're experiencing.
We heard from Erica, who wrote in saying that she disclosed her MS to a group of her friends, and their response was, "But you look so good." Erica's afraid that her friends don't believe her. This is a pretty common scenario. What advice do you have for people like Erica?
Yeah, that's right. People want you to be okay. And when you look good, you must be okay, right? Well, unfortunately in MS, that's obviously not the case. People don't need to know everything, but they do need you to be honest and they need you to be direct so that they can actually begin to understand and they can be most helpful. Most people want to help. They want to be the best help possible, but they don't understand. So it's important that, for example, if you're describing a new diagnosis of MS, making that understandable, and probably the easiest way to do that is the whole frayed wire analogy. So that if you have a frayed wire that's important to the light in the room, sometimes the light doesn't go on. It's unexpected sometimes, but it doesn't always work. And in MS, we look at the damage to the nerve fibers like that frayed wire. And so sometimes things work, but sometimes they don't. And it's not always easy to predict. And so that when you give that vivid description, sometimes that helps people with their understanding. Having said that, understanding doesn't happen overnight. It takes our patience, our time, and our persistence to help people understand. And at the same time, trying to be kind with the time it takes them to come on board and to really understand.
Let's get into some of these specific and invisible symptoms. As you mentioned just a moment ago, fatigue occurs in about 80% of the people living with MS, and fatigue can significantly interfere with your ability to function at home or at work. It may be the most prominent symptom in someone who otherwise has minimal activity limitations. We heard from Alicia. Alicia tells us she's frustrated with her wife who doesn't seem to understand Alicia's fatigue. When she tells her that she's feeling really tired, Alicia's wife usually responds with, "Well, I'm tired too. I've been really busy with work." can you talk a little bit about how MS fatigue differs from just being tired?
Yeah, no, I thank you, Alicia, for this question. It's a really important one because it is hard to describe fatigue and understand how it's different, because we all do experience fatigue, every one of us, from the activities we participate in when we're sick. There's lots of reasons why we have fatigue, but MS fatigue, what we call primary MS fatigue, is unique. So it's described by people as overwhelming, either emotionally, cognitively, physically, or all three. So at the moment that the fatigue occurs, people are unable to continue. They must stop. So it's overwhelming. It often occurs at the same time each day. It is not relieved by rest and sleep. It is worsened by exposure to heat or when someone is sick. For example, someone who has a fever, for example, may not be able to move at all. They may be immobilized with their fatigue because of their temperature going up. So there are good days and bad days that can occur. And sometimes people take an inventory when they wake up in the morning, like, okay, is this going to be a good day or is this going to be a bad day? Because if you're living with MS, you often know your own personal signals to know if today's going to be a good day with fatigue or if it's going to be a bad day with fatigue or some other symptom. The other thing that I often encourage people to do is tell a story about fatigue and how it's different for them living with MS and someone who just is having a busy day. So I often tell the spoon story. And the spoon story was actually developed by a woman who had lupus. Her name was Christine Miserandino. I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly, but in any case, it goes like this. So you who don't have MS, start your day with 5 spoons worth of energy. So each spoon represents a unit of energy. I have MS, and I only start my day with 3 because the disease process has already robbed me of 2 spoons. But we have things that we have to do today, and each of those activities takes a spoon. So we have to go to work. There's a spoon. We have to work all day. There's another spoon. We have to get home and make dinner. There's another. We may have to help our children with their homework. Well, that's 4 spoons. Oh, but I only had 3. So I've run out of gas before we even got to the end of the day because I just don't have that amount of energy. It's really visual, particularly if you hold up the spoons. Each person holds their spoon and each person puts them down when they've used it. And sometimes for people with MS, they have to use an extra spoon for the same activity. So now the deficit is even greater. And the last part of that is tonight, when the person who doesn't have MS gets a good night's sleep, all their spoons are restored. So the next day, they have all 5 again. But for the person with MS, sleep is not going to restore those spoons. So they're going to start off the next day also with a deficit. So that kind of a vivid description can help people really get what someone's experiencing.
Spoon theory. We talked about it.
Dave told us that his family members, his friends, and coworkers sometimes misinterpret his fatigue and think he's depressed or maybe not trying hard enough. This kind of constant doubt makes Dave feel terrible about himself, and he ends up questioning his own symptoms. Do you have any suggestions for how Dave can get the support he needs while keeping his self-esteem intact?
Yeah, this is a particular challenge with invisible symptoms because when others don't get it, you begin to have self-doubt. You begin to have loss of confidence. Your mood can change and you start to feel more depressed. You start to do even less, which increases the symptoms that you're experiencing and may even bring on additional issues. The less we do, the less we're able to do, right? So this is a spiral that can happen with invisible symptoms. And ultimately, quality of life can be really impaired, and your ability to kind of pick yourself up, that resilience that we all have, can really become diminished. So sometimes being able to share those feelings with others can help validate the fact that you're not alone. So sharing them, first of all, with your healthcare provider, who, if they have experience in MS, can help you and your loved one understand what the meaning is behind these symptoms and that you're not crazy, that this is real, and that what you're experiencing is really hard to manage through. And that can help both people. Sometimes support groups are helpful. They're not for everybody, and they're often not something that a newly diagnosed person is ready for. But there are types of programs that all of the organizations have that can help you understand the different symptoms that can be experienced. Some have small group activities where you can get support from other people who are walking down the same path that you are. So I think it's that connection that people can develop with others. It's learning from their healthcare provider, but also being honest with what the symptoms are with their loved one can really help people with their understanding, but it can also help that individual restore their confidence and to help elevate their mood and kind of give them that feeling that they can do more than they thought.
Earlier, I heard you mention depression as one of the invisible symptoms. At least 50% of the people with MS report significant symptoms that are associated with depression. Can you talk about what the signs of depression are?
Yeah, there's actually quite a few signs that point to depression. And unfortunately, some of them can get really mixed up with other symptoms that are common in MS. For example, one of the early symptoms can be difficulty concentrating, remembering details, making decisions. Well, golly, that could be associated with cognitive dysfunction in MS. So a symptom that needs to be kind of sorted through. Increased fatigue, and then symptoms of guilt or hopelessness, sadness that persists day after day. A sense of pessimism, that nothing is going to get better. When people start experiencing those kinds of symptoms, those are big red flags that it's probably past the time where you need to let somebody know. Losing interest in things that are pleasurable, that you always found made you happy. Suddenly you're not even interested in trying them anymore. Sometimes digestive problems pop up. So physiological symptoms can be associated with your mood. And ultimately, untreated, this is where we start to see symptoms of self-harm, thinking about self-harm, or even thinking about suicide. And these can happen when the symptoms of depression are not addressed.
So if someone is feeling like they may be depressed, what should they do about it? And how might they talk to their loved ones about it?
You fucking suck it up.
So I think if someone's experiencing any of the symptoms that I just mentioned, it's time to not only tell their loved ones, but it's really time to talk to their healthcare provider. Primary care, MS provider, all of the above. I think it's important to reach out. No one knows unless you say something. And this is so treatable. It's treatable through therapy. It's treatable with medication and therapy. There are ways that this is successfully treated and people can feel better. But it's not going to happen if someone doesn't reach out and say something. And if someone really is feeling hopeless and those thoughts of harm have kind of been creeping in, reach out to a 24-hour hotline, Suicide Prevention Lifeline. And I'm going to go ahead and give you the number. So it's 1-800-273-8255. It's something to put somewhere where you can find it all the time, because if those feelings creep up, there's always 24 hours a day somebody that you can reach out and speak to. It's really important to talk to your loved one. Let them know what you're feeling and what you're experiencing. They probably are seeing it manifest in some of those things that I just mentioned, that they're not really sure that that's relative to your mood. But if you start to talk about how you're just feeling down and blue and feeling like you're crying a lot, or you just don't want to do things, those are big red flags to do something.
Pain is a common symptom in MS that can limit someone's ability to do the things that they really enjoy. Pain's a very personal experience. It's another symptom that someone can feel, but others can't see. What types of pain do people with MS experience?
Yeah, so there's two main types of pain in MS. And I will say the hardest thing about pain is what you mentioned. It's very personal. And so my perception of my pain is going to be different than your perception of your pain if you're having any, right? So, and we have to believe that the person that's talking about their pain, that's what it is. It is what it is. It is what they are telling us. And in MS, it comes in two big forms. One is neuropathic and one is musculoskeletal. So the neuropathic pain is coming from the nervous system, right? So that's the frayed wire, if you will. So damage and inflammation can cause those feelings of burning pain or prickly pain, or searing pain, the pain that just will not stop, and it gets worse as the day goes along, and it gets to nightfall, and you want to just rest and get away from the pain, and it becomes amplified. The less stimuli is around you, the bigger the pain becomes, and it can be just relentless. Musculoskeletal pain, while it's different, can also be relentless. So, for example, if someone has weakness in their leg, they have to change how they walk. They have to change because otherwise they're going to trip and they may fall. So they develop a limp, right? So they're trying to swing that weak leg so that they don't trip. When you do that, you get pain in your hip and you get pain in your back, and that's musculoskeletal pain. Or you have tightness in your muscles called spasticity, and it pulls on the joints, and people can get low back pain, hip pain, leg pain, ankles, where those muscles are likely to become really tight. The muscles that keep us upright get tight. And you can develop spasms or cramps, which can be remarkably painful and can occur more at night than they do during the day. Great. Just when you need to get sleep so you can combat your fatigue, that's not going to happen. So those are the two main groups of pain that people can experience in MS.
We heard from Sophia, who said she experiences chronic pain. She's explained it to her doctor, but so far, nothing's really helped. She's wondering if there are pain clinics or certain specialists she could see to better treat her pain.
That's a great question. And it really calls up what's needed to treat these kinds of symptoms. And it's generally not one thing. And it's often not the first thing. It may not even be the second thing that's tried, because it's personal and it's unique to you. And finding a treatment that is just as unique and just as effective for your unique pain takes time, which is unbelievably frustrating. But I think that when an intervention is not working, it's time to talk about it. It's time to have that conversation to say, you know, you put me on this medication and we've increased the dose, and I'm sleepy, but I'm not getting any relief from my pain. What else can we try? And there's lots of different interventions that can be tried, both for neuropathic pain, but also for musculoskeletal pain. Things like different medications or combinations of medications, physical therapy, cooling techniques sometimes can relieve some neuropathic pain. If you're seated most of the day, making sure that your posture is good and there's no pressure areas, because these are things that can produce pain and can be relieved just by changing the position or with a different type of seating.
All right, Josh,
so I think it's
our meeting
looking at what the pain is, looking at what you've already done, and then searching for those different types of interventions that might be able to be combined to make your pain relief optimal.
You know, changes in cognitive function are often associated with MS. You mentioned them just a few moments ago. In fact, it's been estimated that between 40 and 65% of the people with MS experience some degree of cognitive change over the course of the disease. What are some signs of cognitive changes?
So commonly, when people are experiencing cognitive problems in MS, there's a few things that emerge at the top of the list. And one of them is called processing speed. So how fast information can be processed in your brain so that you can, for example, respond in a conversation. Sometimes by the time you're ready to respond and you've got it all worked out, the conversation is 10 subjects beyond you, and it's terribly frustrating, and you wind up withdrawing from those kinds of conversations because you can't keep up. Another common problem is short-term memory. What did you say? Who is that person? What was that phone number? I know there was a message that I was supposed to give you today, and I just can't come up with it. And the harder you try to come up with it, the further away it gets from you. So I think that those are two big problems. Attention is problematic, particularly if there's a lot of different things going on, then keeping your attention focused on the task at hand can be difficult. Multitasking. Many times people find that when they have MS, they need to be able to do things one, then the next, then the next, then the next. Whereas in the past, they were able to keep bunches of balls up in the air at the same time. There's other things, but those to me are the ones that seem to rise to the top that affect a lot of people when they have cognitive problems.
Now, although the invisible symptoms we just talked about are all different, Are there consistent strategies to best treat and manage invisible symptoms collectively?
Yeah, so I think I kind of alluded to this a little bit, but I think that any symptom of MS requires a really thorough assessment, because that's where you're going to try and get at the source of the problem, right? If it's a new exacerbation that's causing the symptoms, perhaps a course of steroids might be beneficial, right? If it's an ongoing symptom that's getting worse, is it MS? Is it something else making it worse? So that assessment piece becomes really important. Then it's the different treatment modalities that are available. And let's start with one and then add, maybe subtract that one, add another, and try things that aren't medicine, right? There's a lot of lifestyle interventions that can be beneficial in managing symptoms. For example, exercise, believe it or not, can be useful in managing fatigue. Many people find it counterintuitive, but on the other hand, it really can be beneficial. So putting together maybe some pharmaceutical intervention with lifestyle intervention, rehabilitation strategies, different amounts of each of these are going to become the optimal solution for each person.
Kathy, can you tell us about Can Do MS and the upcoming programs about invisible symptoms that I know you have planned?
Yeah, thanks so much. Of course, I welcome the opportunity to talk about Can Do MS. As you mentioned earlier, we're a nonprofit organization, and we provide health and wellness programs, also support and resources for people with MS, but we also have separate programs for support partners. So for those family members that are trying to figure all this out, there are some specific programs for those folks that also provide support for them and address the issues they're having. So we have on-demand programs, and we also have live and virtual. And in terms of those invisible symptoms, we actually have 4 upcoming programs that are in person, but they also have that hybrid portion where people can, if they're not comfortable with meeting in person, they can join in a virtual space online using Zoom, for example. And we have programs coming up in Boston in conjunction with Comprehensive Centers for MS. So that will be in conjunction with the Elliott Lewis Center, in Cleveland with the Cleveland Clinic, in Baltimore with the Johns Hopkins MS Center, and in Atlanta with the Shepherd Center, which is a rehabilitation center that has a specialty in MS. And so we're really tapping in to the expertise in these areas to help people understand these symptoms and develop strategies. There'll be a little bit of small group work where people can talk about what works for them. And we've had a few of them already earlier this year, and the participants have found them remarkably helpful. So I know that they'll be on our website, which is cando-ms.org. And the National MS Society has been kind enough to also advertise these. And John, I know that you are also kind enough to do the same on your Real Talk MS, and I couldn't be more appreciative.
Well, you already know I'm a huge fan of the work that Can Do MS does, and I'm always happy to remind my listeners where to find those programs. I want to thank you for sharing some great information today. Unfortunately, if you're living with MS, the odds are you will deal with one or more invisible symptoms, and you will deal with trying to explain those invisible symptoms to other people. So this has been really helpful. I'm going to ask you now to share the top 3 takeaways that you'd like our viewers to remember.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. So number 1, let your MS provider know when you are experiencing new or worsening symptoms so that they can be assessed and a treatment plan can be developed between the 2 of you. Help your loved ones understand by creating vivid descriptions that they can relate to so that they can understand and be the best support possible for you. And also it will help them in their understanding of what MS means, not only to you, but also to them. And finally, be persistent. The first intervention may not be the final solution. Be persistent. There will be a solution to help you with your symptoms. But again, it may not be the first or the second, so keep at it.
Well, I want to thank everyone who submitted their questions, and I want to thank you for being with us today, Kathy.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigator team is your best partner when it comes to connecting you to the very best information and resources on living with MS. You can reach an MS Navigator by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. For information and resources on MS, please visit the Society's website. You'll find research updates and news, information on connection programs like self-help groups and MS Friends. You'll find ways to get involved yourself, and you'll hear about upcoming events that are taking place near you. Remember, you can connect with the National MS Society and others affected by MS on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where I continue the conversation that we start here. You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com, Apple Podcast, Google Podcast, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. I'd like to thank Kathy Costello for joining us today. Please remember that a recording of this webinar will be available at the Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSExpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our upcoming program topics on the National MS Society's website. And now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey pinned to the comments section. And on YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us continuously improve, and it helps shape future programs. The survey takes just 1 minute, so I hope you'll take a minute to fill it out. On behalf of Kathy Costello and the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining us. Please stay safe and make healthy choices. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. I'm a past member of the International Progressive MS Alliance Scientific Steering Committee, and currently I serve on the MS Society's Community Review of MS Research Committee. I'm a district activist leader and trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect and to connect you with experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that impact people affected by MS every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS navigators are online throughout today's program, answering questions and connecting you to resources. Multiple sclerosis is an unpredictable disease that can impact every aspect of life. That's why it's so important for people affected by MS to understand their health insurance options and to make sure that they stay insured, even when their circumstances may change. Joining us today to help us understand options that will help keep healthcare plans as affordable as possible is Carla Turchek. Carla is on the National MS Society's MS Navigator team, where she specializes in health insurance resources. Welcome, Carla. Thanks for being with us today.
Hi, thanks so much for having me, John.
I find it's always a good idea to start with the basics. So can you tell us what the main sources of health insurance are?
Sure. So health insurance can come from private and public sources. Private insurance would include group health insurance, and that is insurance that's offered by an employer or an employee organization, such as a union. And private insurance also includes plans that are purchased on the individual market, including the health insurance marketplace. And you might know the marketplace as the website healthcare.gov. Public sources of insurance, on the other hand, that refers to government programs such as Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Affairs benefits.
Well, we've heard from Carl, who says he finds health insurance very confusing and doesn't know where to start, are there resources that can help Carl understand the types of coverage he may be eligible for?
Yes, there absolutely are. And I don't blame Carl. Health insurance can be so confusing and it can be really overwhelming. My team at the National MS Society created a guide. We call it the Finding Coverage Guide. And it's on the Society's website, and it can walk Carl and others through their health insurance options. So a nice, quick, and easy way to find it is by going to nationalmssociety.org/getcovered. It's a guide that kind of takes you from the very beginning. It shows you where to start. It kind of walks you through all possible ways to get health insurance coverage. It tells you what to look at step by step. But I know too that sometimes people will read the guide and they still need help. You might still feel confused. A lot of people too just kind of prefer to talk through everything with a human, but we can do that as well. So you can always contact an MS navigator and somebody is able to help walk you through what your health insurance options would be.
Smart ass.
And what should people living with MS consider when they're choosing a health plan?
There are so many different things that people should consider. And a question that I hear often is, how do I decide on a plan? How do I pick something that I need next year when I don't know what's going to happen next year? I don't know what might happen with my MS. And it's a great question. You can't know with 100% certainty what you're going to need in a plan. But what you can do is to try to estimate. Think about what your current healthcare needs are. Think about what you did this year. And then that can kind of inform you on what you might need next year. So go over what happened this year. Make a list of all the doctors that you see. Think about how many doctor visits you had. Were you hospitalized often? Did you go to the emergency room? Is that something that you tend to do often? Has your neurologist mentioned that you're going to need any testing like MRIs? Those are all good things to think about. And look at the costs as well when you're looking at plans. Of course, that's so important. So think about, if you have to have a hospital stay, what would your plan cover? What would you be required to pay out of pocket? Primary care and specialist visits, what does that look like? What would you have to pay for those? Speaking of that too, the primary care and specialist visits, it's so important to think about your access to providers and to think about networks. You have to look at, are your doctors in the plan's network? What about your preferred hospitals, pharmacies, facilities, anything that you prefer to use? Can you still go to those places with this plan? Does the plan require a referral from your primary care doctor before you can see a neurologist? Prescription medications, that's important too to think about. So each plan has a formulary, which is basically just a list of the prescription medications that plan covers. So think about, are your medications on that plan's formulary? The formularies are often divided into tiers, which is basically different levels of coverage with different out-of-pocket costs. So that's something to think about too. Which tier are your medications on? What can you generally expect to pay whenever you fill your medication? So clearly there's a lot of different things to think about. And the Society's website has some worksheets and some guides that list all of these points and more. And there's some space for you to make notes on it too, so that you can make sure you're focusing on the things that are most important to you.
Chase tells us he's wondering if MS is considered a pre-existing condition, and if it is, can an insurance company refuse to cover him?
So a pre-existing condition is defined as any health condition that exists before a person enrolls in a new health insurance policy. So MS can be considered a pre-existing condition. Lots of different things are. Before the Affordable Care Act became law in 2010, health insurance companies often denied coverage to people with MS, or even charged them significantly more just because they had a pre-existing condition. But that's not the case anymore. Health insurance companies are not able to refuse coverage or charge you more just because you have a pre-existing condition. Now, there can be one exception to that. If a person still has a health insurance plan that they purchased before March of 2010, then that plan might be considered a grandfathered plan. And those plans may not include all of the Affordable Care Act's protections, so they don't have to cover pre-existing conditions. If you do have a grandfathered plan, though, that plan is required to tell you that it's grandfathered, so it shouldn't be a surprise. And it may not even be something that's that common anymore, but it's a possibility.
Daniel says he's not covered by his parents' health insurance plan anymore. So now he's responsible for figuring out his own coverage. And Daniel wants to know the difference between a premium, a deductible, and a copayment.
Sure, this is so important to know. So the premium, that is the amount that you pay to your insurance company every month just to have your plan, just to stay enrolled in your plan. A deductible is the amount that you have to pay for covered health services before your plan begins to pay for things except for free preventive services. And with deductibles, it's important to check with your specific plan for the details on how that works. But generally, after you meet your deductible, you then will share the cost of covered services with your insurance company. And a copayment is your responsibility for the service. So the way that it might work is your insurance company will pay their portion for a service, and then there's a portion left over for you to pay. And that portion that you pay is either going to be a copayment or a co-insurance. A copayment is a fixed amount. So for example, your plan says every time you see a neurologist, you will pay a $40 copay. If it's a co-insurance, that would be a percentage. So an example of that would be whenever you go to the neurologist, your plan covers 80%, let's say, and then you are charged a 20% co-insurance.
Jody says he doesn't work, and his husband's health coverage through his employer is very expensive. Now, Jody's doctor suggested he sign up for Medicare or Medicaid, but he's been told that he's not eligible for either. First, can you tell us the difference between Medicare and Medicaid?
Yes. So their names sound so similar, and it can be easy to mix them up. Medicare is the federal government program, and it provides health insurance for people age 65 and older. But people under 65 may be eligible for Medicare if they have a disability, or if they are diagnosed with ALS or end-stage renal disease. Now, Medicaid, on the other hand, that is more of a state program.
I'm just hearing.
Each state operates its own Medicaid program according to federal guidelines. And Medicaid provides health coverage for eligible low-income adults, children, elderly adults, and people with disabilities.
So, getting back to Jody's situation, how can someone living with MS not be eligible for Medicare or Medicaid? And as an important follow-up, what are Jody's options?
Yeah, so just having the diagnosis of MS does not make a person eligible for Medicare or Medicaid. There is more to it. With Medicare, to be able to get Medicare, if you aren't yet 65 years old, then a person with MS would have to be receiving Social Security disability benefits for about 2 years. And with Medicaid, there are financial eligibility guidelines that a person has to meet. So your income must be low enough, and there can be asset limits as well. And also, depending on the state, the disability determination from Social Security, sometimes that's required as well to get Medicaid. And Jody's options, so he already knows that he can't get Medicare or Medicaid, and it sounds like it might be too expensive for them to add somebody to his husband's coverage. So what Jody can do is look into purchasing a plan for himself from the marketplace. And what I would advise them to do is to compare the costs. So he can look at the marketplace plans and determine what would this cost to purchase one of those plans and compare that to the cost of adding Jody to his husband's
Too many
insurance
windows
to see
open.
which one might be more affordable.
Where can people learn more about the eligibility criteria for Medicare and for Medicaid?
So going straight to the source, that is one way to do it. Talking directly with Medicare and Medicaid or looking at their websites, sometimes that can answer some questions about eligibility. And this is really important for Medicaid, especially because the financial eligibility guidelines for Medicaid can be different from state to state. But the National MS Society is here too, and MS Navigators can help you find that information and can help with answering some questions.
But I bet if I actually
We
look at
heard
the
from Emma,
eligibility
who
information,
told
I
us
won't
she's a
qualify.
college student. And Emma's wondering
surprise.
what type of health insurance options she might have.
Yeah, so Emma does have a few options. One thing that she can do is to check with her school. A lot of colleges and universities offer student health insurance plans for their students who need coverage. So if her school does offer something, the
Yeah,
school
it's
can
people-
tell
what
her
games
how
are we
much the
playing?
plan
Everything except
costs and
shooters,
also
so
what
that's fucking
benefits it
awesome.
would include. And another option is purchasing a plan for herself from the marketplace. It's the same marketplace we just talked about with Jody. But a third option that she also might have depends on her age. If Emma is under 26, then her parents' health insurance might be an option if they have coverage. So if you have a parent who has health insurance and if the parent's plan covers dependents, you often can be added to their plan and stay on it until you turn 26. And this can apply to job-based group plans, but it can also apply to marketplace plans too if her parent has one. So Emma does have a few things that she can look into.
No, well, fuck you, Emma.
Leanne told us
I
that
can't
her
make my payments
employer
pay for my health shit
offers
anymore.
many different options for health plans every year. And it's really important to Leanne that she keeps her doctor. What can she do to make sure
No,
that
I'm talking
happens?
shit about the video.
Yeah, when you find a really good doctor, you do not want to let them
So
go.
like, oh,
I
you can go on
understand
your
that.
parents' plan until you're
So
26. Well,
it's
unfortunately, I'm over
so
the age of 26,
important
so I
to
can't
be
make my
aware
parents pay
of
for my health shit
networks.
anymore.
So a network refers to the doctors, hospitals, and other facilities that have a contract with your health insurance plan to provide medical care. So if Leanne has a list of the plans that her employer offers, she can ask her doctor's office if they accept any of those plans, but she can also check directly with the plans too. Most insurance companies will publish their network information on their plan websites, but you can also call the plan and you can ask them if your doctor is in the plan's network. And it's also a good idea to pay attention to the types of plans that are being offered, such as an HMO or a PPO plan. HMO stands for Health Maintenance Organization, and they only cover care from doctors who are in that plan's network. PPO, on the other hand, that stands for Preferred Provider Organization. And those premiums are usually a little bit higher in exchange for more flexibility with providers. You'll get the most coverage from your PPO when you are seeing an in-network doctor, but the plan will provide at least a little bit of coverage if you go outside of network. So this is really good to be aware of if you see a lot of doctors and if you can't find one plan that has all of them in network.
Oh.
Angel says he's covered under his wife's employer's insurance, but Angel's wife is retiring in a few months. Angel's very concerned about being able to afford his MS medications, and he's wondering what options he'll have when his wife's coverage ends.
So I wonder if Angel's wife will be starting Medicare. If that's the case, then her Medicare is only going to cover her. So Angel definitely does need to check out his own options. And I would encourage him to start by contacting the marketplace. So when you contact the marketplace, they have you fill out an application, and the application is to see if you qualify for savings on a plan.
Category?
But it also
Oh,
will
is that
screen you for Medicaid eligibility. It tells you if it kind of looks like, based on the income information you provided, if it looks like you might qualify for Medicaid. So Angel can explore marketplace plans to see if there's an option that would work for him, hopefully something that covers his MS medication. And that, by the way, that is a valid concern, that the medication costs. So if Angel finds a plan that covers his medication, but his out-of-pocket cost is too high, the manufacturer of his medication might offer copay assistance. But also, if he happens to find himself without coverage for a period of time, he can also talk to the manufacturer about that and ask, do you have a program, something that can help me to make sure I stay on my treatment while I'm uninsured? Depending on the type of insurance that somebody has, there can be lots of different resources to check on for help with prescriptions. And we have a guide for that as well that we at the MS Society created. It's kind of similar to the guide I mentioned earlier, that Get Covered guide. But this is a guide to prescription financial assistance that you can use to make sure that no resources are missed. And to go to that, you would go to nationalmssociety.org/rxhelp to look at that guide.
We heard from Diane, and she's got a little bit of a quandary. Diane tells us she lost her job, so she tried to apply for Medicaid, and she learned she must be disabled in order to be approved, as you explained to us just a few minutes ago. So even though Diane is currently unemployed, she doesn't want to stop working permanently. Is there another way for Diane to get health insurance?
Yep, there can be some other ways that she can look at. So one thing she can try, if Diane lost her health insurance within the last 60 days, she could continue that coverage by electing COBRA. So COBRA is a law that gives workers and their families who lose health benefits the right to continue group health benefits for limited periods of time under certain circumstances, like job loss and some other qualifying qualifying events. So Diane should receive notice from her health insurance company in the mail, letting her know if COBRA is an option and how to proceed with it if it is an option. But COBRA can be quite expensive. That premium that you'd have to pay for COBRA, it usually will include the portion paid by employees, plus the portion that the employer was paying for you, plus a 2% administrative fee. So that does tend to be a lot of money. So Diane can also look at the marketplace to explore plans and to see if there might be something that's more affordable that would still meet her needs. But let's say too, because I hear Diane saying that she doesn't want to stop working, she wants to continue to work. So let's say that she finds a new job after a little while, and that job offers health insurance. That's great, and Diane can disenroll from her COBRA coverage if she takes COBRA, or she can disenroll from her marketplace plan so that she's able to join the new plan that her new employer offers.
Well, we heard from Raina, who has tried to find coverage that she can afford, but she hasn't been successful. And Raina's wondering if others are facing the same type of financial challenge that she is, and wants to know what she can do about it.
Yes, so many people have this challenge, unfortunately. And as we've been talking, John, we've talked about so many different types of health insurance coverage, but it happens. Sometimes there just is not an affordable option for somebody. So in this case, in Raina's case, there's a few things that she can do to try to make care without insurance as affordable as possible. So one thing is that she can ask her neurologist or any other doctors that she sees. She can ask if they offer anything that would lower their fees for uninsured patients. And if she needs hospital care, she can look for a hospital called a safety net hospital. Those are hospitals that might provide lower cost or even free emergency care to people who don't have insurance. A health center is another resource that she can look at. So a health center provides affordable and accessible primary healthcare services. It is usually primary care though. They do not typically offer neurology services, but they can sometimes help connect people to specialists in the community for lower cost care. And also, if she takes prescription medications, she can check with the manufacturers of her medications for any assistance programs that they might offer, but also drug discount cards and discount pharmacies. Those can be great resources sometimes. They can be helpful to explore to see if you can find your medications for a much lower cost without having to use health insurance. And all of those points to explore, those are all listed on our Finding Coverage guide at nationalmssociety.org/getcovered, because we know, unfortunately, it still happens that sometimes people just can't find an affordable way to get health
Or
insurance.
GIFs, or the fuck it's called.
Well, Eric tells us that he has employer-based health insurance, and he wants to know how to keep his costs as low as possible.
Yes, so it is so important to know your coverage and to know your rights. Healthcare, it can be expensive even when somebody has health insurance, but if you know how your specific plan works, that can really help to keep costs down as much as possible. So check that your provider is still in your plan's network before your appointment. If you have an upcoming appointment that you know about, check ahead of time just to make sure. When your insurance company sends you paperwork, like if you receive an explanation of benefits about a recent visit that you had, or any other letters about plan changes, keep those, review those. And also, if your plan denies coverage for a treatment or a service or anything that you and your doctor believe is really medically necessary for you, remember that you have the right to appeal that denial. Your plan can tell you what that process would look like. So they can tell you how to start the appeal. And then you can work with your medical team to put together the documentation that shows why that service should be covered for you, or why that specific treatment is medically necessary. So there are a few things you can look at to try to make costs as low as possible.
Paul has MS, and he recently experienced a bad relapse. Paul needed to go to urgent care, but he was worried about the cost because he doesn't have health insurance. And Paul wants to know what he can expect to be charged for a doctor's visit without insurance, and what happens if he can't pay that bill.
Mommy and Daddy kisses
So
are
what
magical. They don't
Paul is going to be charged for the visit, it really just depends on the provider that he goes to and what those fees are. But the urgent care provider may offer something that can help to make care more affordable for patients who don't have health insurance. So maybe they use a sliding scale where they would adjust their fees based on somebody's income. Or maybe they offer some type of financial assistance program. And there's a few terms or names that they might have for something like this. So they might call it indigent care, they might call it charity care. So those are some things that they might talk with him about ahead of time, or Paul can just directly ask if something like
you
that
almost
is
finished this
offered.
whole thing.
And if he does receive a bill that he can't pay, the first thing that I think he should do is to check it over to make sure that the charges look correct.
Daddy's birthday.
And if he has any questions about anything on there, he can call the provider's billing department to get more information. He can also ask if he can set up a payment plan so that hopefully he can make
And
payments
Saturday the
that
14th,
are a
and
little
work
bit
it out
more
too.
manageable with his budget. And he can even attempt to negotiate the bill to try to get the cost lowered. So it is possible to do this. And I know there's a lot of people like me, like I kind of feel this way. I don't know that I would feel comfortable trying to negotiate medical bills, but there are resources out there that can help
He's our
people
childhood.
understand how to do that and to give tips on negotiation. The Patient Advocate Foundation is one really great resource that has a lot of tips to help people with negotiating medical debt.
You know, during our conversation, you've reminded us how helpful MS Navigators can be. So, how does someone reach an MS Navigator to get some help with this topic as well as all the other things you guys are so great at supporting?
Yeah, so you can call an MS Navigator. at the Society's phone number, which is 1-800-344-4867. You can also send us an email at contactusnmss@nmss.org. We also have online chat at our website, nationalmssociety.org. You can chat directly with an MS Navigator right on our website. There's a few ways to reach us.
Well, thanks so much for sharing your expertise with us, Carla.
Did you know Hunt
I
Showdown
just want to
has like
thank
zero
everyone
useful
who
infographics?
submitted
Kinda fun.
really great questions today. And again, thank you for all the great information you shared today.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me.
Before we close, I want to remind you that for information and resources on MS, please visit the Society's website. You'll find research updates and news, information on connection programs like self-help groups. You'll hear about ways to get involved, and you'll find out about upcoming events that are taking place near you. Remember, you can connect with the National MS Society and others affected by MS, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where I continue the conversation that we start here. You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. I'd like to thank Carla for joining us today. Please remember that a recording of this webcast will be available at the Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSExpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our upcoming program topics on the National MS Society's website. And now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey pinned to the comments
trailer
section.
for Hunt's new event.
On YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description. And on Twitch, you can find that link in the chat. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us continuously improve, and it helps shape future programs. The survey takes just 1 minute, so I hope you'll take a minute to fill it out. On behalf of Carla Turchek and the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining us. Please stay safe and make healthy choices.
I don't make healthy choices. I literally just ate 2 Hot Pockets and then finished a freaking thing of cup noodles. I mean, the thing of cup noodles had like a giant chunk of broth left and some lukewarm fucking noodles. Watch this shit though.
You remember your initiation, don't you? Now, there's always been some blood involved. I just want to add a little more flavor.
Initial reconnaissance report to Lieutenant Colonel Whitlaw. We reached the target site on June 1st, 1896.
Found signs of fighting. Casualties. Spilled bandages. Rumors confirmed.
The dead are walking, skin peeling like birch bark. We observed multiple armed and skilled combatants engage.
3 survived and ran. We followed her trail and established base camp in an abandoned hunting tower to map the area. But we were attacked.
Now, what brings you two down here?
Levinson?
We encountered former Private Grizz Levinson.
He told us about hunters and the inoculations that keep them from becoming fiends.
We've decided that the injections will increase our chances of fulfilling the mission.
It is the only way to see what's really out there.
Disregard previous reports. Condition is stable. No infected in sight. All progressing smoothly. We see. At all hours we see the bright dawn. It lights the trail ahead.
I'm so stoked.
Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. I'm a past member of the International Progressive MS Alliance Scientific Steering Committee, and currently I serve on the MS Society's Community Review of MS Research Committee. I'm a district activist leader and trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect, and to connect you with experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that impact people affected by MS every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators are online throughout today's program, answering questions and connecting you to resources. Studies have shown that multiple sclerosis is prevalent in various ethnic groups, including Black, white, Hispanic, and individuals of Asian heritage. Dr. Lily Jung Henson is joining us today as we explore MS in the Asian American community. We'll look at MS among Asian Americans from diagnosis to treatment. We'll discuss the cultural factors that impact MS treatment, and we'll review advances in MS research in the Asian American community. Dr. Henson is a neurologist who has focused on multiple sclerosis over her 30 years of practice. She's been a principal investigator in many clinical trials involving MS disease-modifying therapies, and today Dr. Henson is the Chief Executive Officer of the Piedmont Augusta Hub in Augusta, Georgia. Welcome, Dr. Henson, and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, John.
So, how common is MS in Asian Americans?
Well, that is a really complicated question, right? So, and that's why I think further research into the field is so important with respect to MS in the Asian American population. So, if you think about the diversity of the Asian American population, that alone just draws out the amount of work that needs to be done to understand it. So not every Asian is the same. You have Chinese Americans, Japanese Americans, Filipino Americans, Bhutanese or Nepalese Americans, Laotian Americans. And so the different backgrounds that these individual groups have affects the incidence of MS in Asian Americans, number one. Number two, in the past, before the classification of what's known as NMO spectrum disorders, a lot of MS versus NMO, which looks very similar to MS, was frequently interchangeably used. And because NMO was so common in Asians, the real incidence of MS versus NMO, even in the very diverse Asian American population, is very confusing. So that's a long-winded way of saying there's a lot of research that needs to be done to better understand how common it is in an Asian American.
I forgot they're actually friends on my Facebook.
Tell me, what's the risk of developing MS in an Asian individual who's born in the United States compared to someone who's born in Asia?
Yeah, and that's another great question. So again, just remembering the diversity of Asians, the question is, are you talking about an East Asian, so someone who's ethnic Chinese like me, or someone who is Indian, right, from South Asia, or someone from Southeast Asia like Vietnam or the Philippines. So there is that heterogeneity because of the different groups within what's classified as Asians. But the other piece of it is really around the environmental exposure. So there is a cutoff sometime in the early teens around when someone hits puberty that determines the risk of someone being at a higher risk versus lower risk of developing MS. So I'll give you an example. I was born in Macau, which is in Southeast Asia, and came to the United States when I was 5. I have 2 older sisters who were, one who was also born in Macau, but who came to the U.S. when she was 13. And
Well,
then I
I'm
have
not
a
part of the
sister who
Asian
was
American
actually born in the
population, but hopefully
United
any of you
States,
guys that are listening
went
are.
back
Hopefully this
to
is gonna help
Macau
you.
when she was very young, and then came to the U.S. when she was college age. And believe it or not, even amongst the 3 of us girls, our risk of developing MS is very different. And that is because we know that for those folks who move to the U.S. or to the northern latitudes before puberty, so that was me, versus my sister who moved to the U.S. Post puberty, her risk is actually lower than mine. And then for my sister who was born in the U.S., so again, if you think about the risk of developing MS is higher in folks who are born in the U.S., her risk went down because she theoretically went down because she moved to Macau at a very young age, and then did not move back to the U.S. until she was in her college years. So even within a family, the risk of developing MS changes based upon where you were born, when did you come to the U.S., and that cutoff is right around puberty.
What about the disease course itself? Are there differences in the initial MS symptoms among Asian Americans?
Well, so that's interesting. And again, with the proviso of the diversity of the group, MS seems to be, and again, MS versus NMO. So we're talking about multiple sclerosis in particular. In the Asian population, optic nerve involvement, so visual symptoms, blurring of vision, loss of vision, as well as spinal cord symptoms. So spasticity, bowel and bladder symptoms, difficulty with limb movement and sensation is more common among Asian Americans.
Are there particular challenges that exist when it comes to diagnosing MS in Asian Americans?
Oh, absolutely. So first of all, again,
Girl,
the proviso
make
about
sure
diversity,
you get a
but then
towel and
also
a
in
rag
terms
if you
of
need it for
access
when you
to
do your
care.
hair.
So, for example,
And
if
then
you
you go
look
potty,
at the
take your
Japanese
glasses off before you get in
American
the bath.
community, most Japanese, a big portion of the Japanese American community in the U.S. Are not immigrants. They are second, third, fourth
Sorry, I didn't have
generation
time to unmute that, guys.
American, versus perhaps the Nepalese or the Laotians who are first generation primarily. And so if you think about those two groups, and access to education, access to household income, which is associated with education usually, you could imagine then from household income to having access to insurance and medical care, that's a very disparate issue in terms of access to getting a diagnosis of MS. Again, someone who is American born, is very westernized, has access to healthcare insurance because by virtue of their jobs, right? Because most of us get our medical insurance through our work, are more likely to go see a physician, go see a primary care doctor, go see a neurologist, you know, like any other American would when they have symptoms that are worrisome for MS. Someone who is newly immigrated to the U.S. who may find it difficult because of lack of insurance and because of cultural issues may be much later in the picture with respect to coming to medical attention. And then there's also the cultural issues with respect to, you know, thinking about symptoms and whether or not they're relevant or not. Again, those who are more new to the American environment may be less likely to think of their symptoms and think of then accessing healthcare.
I want to circle back to some of those cultural issues in just a moment, but let me ask you, are there differences in response to disease-modifying therapies among Asian Americans with MS compared to others?
Well, that's a great question. And the short answer is no, that in fact, with Asian Americans with MS, that you can use the data that is out there with respect to the individual disease-modifying therapies with respect to their efficacy. However, that's very preliminary information. Obviously, participation in the clinical trials is lower in the Asian American population than in the Black or white American population. Again, partly because of the percentage in the population, partly because of, again, cultural issues. And so there's a lot more digging into understanding how Asian Americans respond. But the preliminary data that's out there suggests that there is little difference in efficacy between Asian Americans and the predominant white American group of MS patients.
Let's talk a little bit about the cultural issues that you briefly referenced a moment ago. We've seen in other ethnic groups that culture often factors into how they perceive and choose to access healthcare. Are there any cultural misconceptions about chronic illness that exist within the Asian American population?
Yeah, I think really the issue around chronic illness is around your ability to be productive in society, right? Again, if you think about the Asians who are new immigrants who are less likely to have a college education, whose work is more likely to be labor intensive as opposed to someone who's sitting at a desk job because they've had a college education. Those impact your ability to say, gosh, I'm going to access, medical attention, first of all, to further figure out what's going on with my symptoms. The other piece of it is that in the Asian population, again, more common in the first generation Asian population as opposed to those who are more westernized, the idea of preventative care is not really there. So, going to see a primary care provider for evaluation on an annual basis without symptoms is pretty unlikely. So waiting until one is symptomatic and therefore, more potentially to have to be further along in a disease process is common, not just in MS, but in any other disease, right? Where the longer you wait, the more symptomatic and potentially worse off you may be.
So it's funny when you watch her talk, she's not used
There's
to
also
looking up
the
at the
issue
camera.
around accessing care from a cultural standpoint
So
in
just
that,
speaking to him on the screen.
it's because the first generation is less likely to be English speaking, being able to access English language interpretation is difficult. And so frequently we know that immigrants, not just in the Asian population, but in the African and the Hispanic population, the patients who come in are counting on their children to serve as interpreters, right? When organizations like hospitals and clinics don't have access to healthcare interpreters. And so being able to talk about sensitive subjects like urination and bowel and sexual functioning and strength, first of all, is difficult to have with your child as the interpreter. There's also obviously the difficulty in terms of translation, what gets literally lost in translation from the patient to the interpreter, whether the interpreter is a trained interpreter or a child, that then gets back to the provider who's trying to understand the symptoms. There's a lot that can be lost in translation. And then the other piece of it is that, at least in for the Asian population, there is this hierarchy, right? You respect your elders. Your elders are at the top or at the pinnacle. And so for an elder to acknowledge that he or she may be having symptoms really creates a change in the power dynamic that is significant. And so that's something that needs to be considered as well.
I heard you start to answer this next question, but I think it's an important one and worth kind of going over once again. The cultural factors that we've been discussing, do they have an impact on MS disease progression?
Absolutely.
In American,
Yeah, absolutely. So, so we talked about access to care and perhaps the delay in accessing care. The other piece of it, right, is that once you reached a diagnosis of MS, then what? And we all know that there are wonderful therapies out there right now that really do make a difference in the course of the disease. So, but we do know, and we talk to our patients about this all the time, that time is brain. And the sooner you get on disease-modifying therapy, the better off you are. Particularly, again, nowadays when we have so many amazing options that we didn't have 20 years ago, for example. So the fact that folks are accessing care later means that they're behind the eight ball already by the time they get to diagnosis. The other piece of it is there's this common misconception
like mine is every month I actually have treatment,
and I see it in my own family, that Western medicine is strong. Well, it is, but and therefore more likely to cause side effects, and which puts the barrier with respect to embracing the idea that there's treatment available and that one can access to make a difference. So even if it takes, again, if you're thinking about the fact that someone's already more further along in their disease process because of the access to care, and then being willing to accept the fact that there are therapies out there that are efficacious, where the risk versus benefit ratio is such that it's much better to take the medicine than not. Getting that through can be really difficult. And then the other piece of it, again, is that if you think about it from, again, the difference between someone who's second or third generation American who is, has access to healthcare insurance versus a first generation who may be less educated, lower household income, less likely to be insured, being able to it's do you spend money on your housing, your rent and food versus do you spend money on these expensive medications that are out there? And so being able to even get through that piece is huge.
Well, I heard you mention the perception of Western medicine among the Asian American community. What are some of the main differences between Western medicine and alternative therapies that are often a part of Eastern medicine? And can they work together?
Well, the answer is we don't know, right? And so we don't know because and again, as a American trained neurologist, I obviously have my bias with respect to the science behind the medications that are developed, that are approved through the FDA process, and then out on the market. The alternative therapies, most of them have been, typically herbal therapies, have been around for many, many years. There really isn't the data gathering and the understanding as well as we do with Western medicine about the mechanism of action. Why do these medications work? How do they work? Are they efficacious? Number one. And then the other piece of it is one of the beauties of the therapies that we have in MS is that we really have targeted the disease, right? And so depending upon which disease modifying therapy you're on, there are specific mechanisms of action that these drugs have that make a difference, whether you have progressive MS or remitting relapsing MS, whether you have an aggressive form of MS or relatively more benign course of MS. The herbal therapies that are out there, first of all, obviously have not been intentionally studied and therefore targeted to the disease process, number one. And number two, are more likely, if they do make patients feel better, are more likely to be symptomatic therapy as opposed to disease modifying. And although we think that symptomatic therapy in MS is really an important part of managing the disease, that manages the symptoms, but it doesn't keep the disease from getting worse, which is what the disease modifying therapies are. So, and now that all of that is not meant to bash alternative or herbal therapies. We just don't know. We don't have the science to understand and therefore compare to the therapies that are out there in Western medicine. And the advantage for Western medicine is we have the data, we've done the studies in thousands and thousands of patients, and in the case of MS, it's specifically targeted to a particular mechanism of action.
Has research identified inequities when it comes to accessing MS care and treatments for Asian Americans? And if that is the case, what can be done to address those inequities?
Yeah, so there's relatively little research out there on the topic of MS and Asian Americans. So if you look at the literature that's out there, the English literature that's out there with MS, less than 1% of the articles that are out there actually have the word Asian, right? And Asian could be one word in a 30-page manuscript mentioned once. So there's relatively little data out there, first of all about the incidents, but then about other aspects. So, but we do have really good information with respect to access to healthcare in general for Asian Americans. And again, we talked about the fact that very diverse groups, depending upon when they came to the U.S., what their educational level is, what their household income level is, access to insurance, which is usually in the U.S. job-based. And even in that scenario, I looked at some data that looked at the difference between access to insurance for Asian Americans who did have job-based insurance versus whites. And if you looked at the 6 primary groups of Asian Americans, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Filipino, Indian, and Vietnamese, it's actually only the Japanese American population that has access, comparable insurance coverage access to whites than the other 5 groups, which again, I think possibly is related to the fact that the majority of Japanese Americans are not first generation immigrants, and therefore are further along with respect to the socioeconomic growth that occurs with successive generations. The other piece of information that we do know, again, not specific to MS, but for access to health care for Asian Americans, is the impact of the Affordable Care Act. So it's shocking to see that the medically underserved areas for Asian Americans are where you have the most Asian Americans. So in California, San Francisco, LA, and then in New York, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, and are the big areas. And before the Affordable Care Act versus after the Affordable Care Act, Asian Americans having access to coverage went up significantly post Affordable Care Act, and that is really pretty darn significant.
I could be wrong,
because of the
quote me on that, but I'm
implications,
pretty
not
sure
just
it's
for those patients, but their ability to stay engaged in the workplace and continue to produce. So we do know that having access to health care via the Affordable Care Act is important, and in particular, in those states that have Medicaid expansion as a part of the Affordable Care Act.
You recently co-authored research on the characteristics of multiple sclerosis and demyelinating disease in the Asian American population. Can you tell us about your research?
Sure, and I don't want to take too much credit for that. It really was done by a group of physicians at UC San Francisco, really focused on looking at retrospectively Asian Americans and the clinical characteristics of MS and NMO spectrum disorder in their patients. It was a very small group. It was 282 patients had their charts reviewed. Out of that, they were able to identify out of 181 of those patients the region of ancestry, even though that's complicated, right? But technically, were they Chinese American versus Japanese versus Korean American? Talking about ability to access care, so preference for use of English. The majority of them these patients preferred the use of English, but interestingly, fewer East Asian patients did. South Asians, the Indian population, had a much higher household income than the other groups. MS was present in about 76% of those patients versus NMO spectrum, which was about 14%. So way more MS versus NMO. And part of that, again, is related to the recent reclassification of how you make a diagnosis of NMO versus MS. More patients with NMO were of East Asian and Southeast Asian descent. So Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Vietnamese versus, say, South Asian. And then Asian MS patients were more likely to be younger at the onset of their symptoms and at the time of diagnosis than non-Asian MS patients in their clinic. And then the severity of symptoms were fairly similar to non-Asian MS patients, but definitely worse among the Southeast Asian population. So lots of interesting data points. It's a good first step. Obviously, a lot more needs to be done.
Are there any resources available for Asian Americans to learn more about MS and even connect with others?
Well, unfortunately, there isn't, other than through the National MS Society. And, even the great work that the MS Society is doing is focusing on the big groups, right, of patients with MS, the African American group of patients with MS and the Hispanic group of patients with MS. So unfortunately, Asians are still considered a smaller group. And so there isn't Asian American specific data that's out there and information that's out there to access. But my hope is that by bringing this article that was published in the MS Journal to light and getting that information out there, getting folks to really think about the fact that there are disparities that occur with the Asian American population versus non-Asian. So that's my plug for that. But the National MS Society is my place to go to for my patients because they have just wonderful resources for our patients. And I wasn't paid to say that, by the way.
Bridging cultural divides by respecting cultural differences is important in really every aspect of life. What should someone look for in a healthcare team that shows respect for cultural beliefs and practices?
In terms of access to care by Asian Americans is that most patients preferred an Asian physician. And that is because, you know, the perception is that they are more likely to understand the nuances that a patient brings to bear with respect to their cultural background. Obviously, there aren't enough Asian physicians out there, but I think that non-Asian providers can be effective by listening carefully, and also by carefully looking at potential stereotypes and interpretations that may be made, right? So asking the why. Why did my patient decline to take medication? Why did my patient miss their appointment? Why did my patient decline to get the MRI scan? And asking why multiple times, and being respectful and not judgmental, and which can certainly be easy to do, to understand the why. And then once you break through the why, that allows you to then be effective in terms of helping your patient reach the treatments that they so deserve and need.
Well, thank you for sharing some important insights with us today. I think you've identified several opportunities where we can see or hope for some improvement. What would you say are the top 3 takeaways that you'd like our viewers to remember?
Boy, that is hard, because obviously, as you can tell, I've got several. But first of all, it's important to remember the diversity of the Asian population. So an Asian American can be, you know, a Japanese American, Chinese American, an Indian American, a Filipino American, a Bhutanese American, and all of their backgrounds causes a different aspect of their risk of developing MS and their ability to get diagnosed and their ability to get treated, number one. Number two, it is good to know that thus far we believe that disease-modifying therapies are equally efficacious in Asians as they are to whites. So not having, you know, the depth of data that we would like is not should not be a barrier to offering disease-modifying therapy to our Asian American patients. And then number 3, just recognizing the significant barriers to care, access to insurance coverage, and the cultural norms that folks bring to this is something that's really important. So those are the top 3.
Well, I want to thank everyone who submitted questions, and thank you, Dr. Henson, for being with us today.
Sure.
Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigator team is your best partner when it comes to connecting you to the very best information and resources on living with MS. You can reach an MS Navigator by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. And for information and resources on all things related to MS, please be sure to visit the MS Society's website. You'll find research updates and news, information on connection programs like self-help groups. You'll hear about ways that you can get involved, and you'll find out about upcoming events that are taking place near you. Remember, you can connect with the National MS Society and others affected by MS on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where I continue the conversation that we start here. You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. I'd like to thank Dr. Henson for joining us today. Please remember that a recording of this webcast will be available at the Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our upcoming program topics on the National MS Society's website. And now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey pinned in the comments section. On YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description. And on Twitch, you'll see that link in the chat. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us to continuously improve, and it helps shape future programs. The survey takes just 1 minute, so I hope you'll take a minute to fill it out. On behalf of Dr. Lily Jung Henson and the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining us. Please stay safe and make healthy choices. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. I'm a past member of the International Progressive MS Alliance Scientific Steering Committee, and currently I serve on the MS Society's Community Review of MS Research Committee. I'm a district activist leader and trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect, and to connect you with experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that impact people affected by MS every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators are online throughout today's program, answering questions and connecting you to resources. More than half of the people living with MS experience cognitive changes. And these kinds of changes can have a significant impact on your activities, relationships, employment, and your overall quality of life. Dr. Nancy Chiaravaloti is joining us today to talk about how cognitive rehabilitation can be effective in developing ways to compensate for those changes. Dr. Chiaravaloti is the director for the Center of Neuropsychology and Neuroscience Research and the Center for Traumatic Brain Injury Research at Kessler Foundation. She's also a research professor of physical medicine and rehabilitation at Rutgers, New Jersey Medical School. And Dr. Chiaravaloti's research is focused on cognitive rehabilitation, particularly in new learning, memory, and processing speed. Welcome, Dr. Chiaravaloti. Thanks for being with us today.
Of course, thanks for having me.
I hope you'll start us off by explaining which cognitive functions are commonly affected by MS and what are the first signs of cognitive impairment?
Of course. Well, processing speed is by far the most common cognitive deficit seen in persons with MS, and that's a generalized slowing of the ability to process information. After that follows new learning and memory. That's also fairly common in multiple sclerosis. Some patients will also experience difficulty with executive functions or attention, but those are a little bit less common than processing speed and new learning and memory. In regard to early signs, many patients will report feeling cloudy or having trouble following along in conversations. It's particularly noticeable early on when there are multiple people involved in the conversation or there are a lot of distractors, as in a cocktail party situation. Or sometimes people will report difficulty following along when they're watching movies because the information is going really, really quickly. So that's what patients generally experience in the beginning.
We've heard from Rhonda, and Rhonda tells us she's heard that cognitive changes only affect people living with progressive MS. Rhonda wants to know whether that's true.
That is not true. Across subtypes of multiple sclerosis, up to 70% of people with MS will have cognitive deficits. That percentage is lower with relapsing remitting MS, so it may be closer to 50% of the relapsing remitting population, and it's a little bit higher in progressive MS, more closer to 80%. But cognitive deficits do present across all MS subtypes.
Brian got in touch, said he wants to know what's actually happening in the brain when cognitive dysfunction begins. He's wondering whether it's related to lesions on the brain.
So disability progression and cognitive functions tend to show a stronger link with neurodegeneration or brain volume loss. So the research on this continues, as well as looking at its connection to cognition. So more research is certainly needed in regard to specific cognitive functions and patterns of volume loss in different brain regions.
The National MS Society brought together a group of experts to develop guidelines to improve cognitive screenings and the management of these cognitive symptoms. How do these guidelines help people with MS?
So these guidelines are very, very important because they raise awareness of the importance of cognitive deficits in MS, and they emphasize that importance for all professionals because professionals really do read those guidelines. So cognitive deficits have a tremendous impact on everyday life, but very often they'll go unnoticed or they won't be documented. And what these guidelines do is they really help the physicians pay attention to cognitive deficits and refer for the appropriate evaluation and services.
What should someone expect when they go for a cognitive screening?
So that varies quite a bit with the clinician, but when someone is going for a cognitive screening, if they're going for a screening appointment, I would expect a shorter appointment in which patients are administered a small number of tests, and it would be likely 3 or 4 tests that assess processing speed as well as new learning and memory. If they're going for a fuller neuropsychological battery, that could take 3 or 4 hours, and that will be more of a broader evaluation of many different aspects
Well, I
of
figure
daily
you're probably
functioning.
cold, so grab your
One thing
towel,
they should
dry off.
definitely expect is to complete
girl.
the symbol digit modalities test. That is a test of processing speed that has been shown to be very sensitive to the processing speed deficits that people with MS experience. So they will most definitely complete the SDMT along with other measures.
Cognitive rehabilitation may be a new subject for some of our viewers. So can you tell us what cognitive rehab is and how it can be helpful for someone experiencing cognitive changes?
So cognitive rehabilitation is a set of interventions. It's not only one intervention. So there are a number of different ways to do cognitive rehabilitation. And this set of intervention aims to improve a person's ability to perform cognitive tasks by either retraining previously learned tasks or by teaching compensatory strategies. The cognitive rehabilitation does not involve medications. It's usually done with a therapist, and it's done either one-on-one or in a group setting.
Cognitive rehabilitation includes restorative activities and compensatory activities. Can you help us understand the difference between the two and maybe share some examples?
Sure. Restorative cognitive rehabilitation refers to methods that are looking to improve cognitive function by reinstating or strengthening the functions a person has either lost or is struggling with. So restorative cognitive rehabilitation helps a person practice skills so they can improve. And it is based on the theory of neuroplasticity, which suggests that the brain will change with practice. In contrast, compensatory cognitive rehabilitation helps a person sort of work around their injury or develop new ways to do something.
150.
So compensatory cognitive rehabilitation can involve, there are two different
Taekwondo?
types. It can involve
Like
internal
3
or
hours from
external
now?
strategies. So we all use, these are classic examples.
Yeah.
We all use external
4 hours,
strategies.
no.
We all have iPhones. And on those iPhones, at least on my phone, everything is in there.
Well,
I have my
like
calendar,
3.5,
I have my
4
phone number,
hours,
I
because
have my
Daddy
to-do
has an
list.
appointment
That's
in 2 hours.
an external rehabilitation strategy. But there are also internal ones. And much of cognitive rehabilitation utilizes internal compensatory
Yeah, it won't be long. It'll just
strategies
be right
in
down the
order
street.
to
Daddy
help a
just has to check
person
in with his
be
doctor.
able to learn and remember new
One of his doctors.
information. So an example of an internal strategy might be using imagery to remember a word.
Daddy has a lot.
Or using imagery to remember a person's name.
Kind of.
My husband, again, this is another thing that everybody does in daily life. My husband uses a strategy in which he knows baseball players' numbers because he is a huge baseball fan. So when he has to remember numbers, he doesn't remember the numbers at all. He remembers the players' names. So as an example, if he has to remember 1323, you'll hear him say Alex Rodriguez, Don Mattingly. He's a Yankees fan. So people do it in everyday life. This is nothing new, but what we like to do is teach persons with MS to use these strategies because they really help a lot.
Well, while we're talking about some of these strategies, I want to point out that you and your colleagues have made incredible advancements in the field of cognitive rehabilitation. The modified story memory technique was researched and developed at Kessler Foundation. And today it's considered Class 1 evidence, meaning that it's been tested and proven to be highly effective at improving memory. Tell us about this therapy and how it can help people with MS.
So the modified story memory technique is a 10-session cognitive rehabilitation program. It really teaches compensatory internal strategies to help someone learn and remember new information. Through these 10 sessions, the person is taught to use 2 strategies to enhance learning and memory. In sessions 1 through 4, we teach imagery. So we present a story and we ask people to form mental images of that story. And as we move through those sessions, we give them tips on how to improve their imagery. Then we move on to the second strategy in sessions 5 through 8, which is context. So in sessions 5 through 8, we're teaching people to put unrelated information together in a meaningful context. Then we tell them to use what they learned in sessions 1 through 4 with imagery and combine the context with the imagery. Finally, in sessions 9 and 10, we teach them how to use these skills in their everyday life. And that's really important, that generalization. So we've done a lot of research on the story memory technique, and we continue to do so. And we found that not only does the treatment improve learning and memory, but patients also report an improvement in their everyday lives.
A research team studied the modified story memory technique in Spanish-speaking individuals, and they found similar improvements in memory. Why was this outcome so significant?
So we live in a very diverse country, especially where I live in the New York area, but so many other areas as well. So the patients that we serve are not always English-speaking patients. Many patients present with Spanish as their primary language. However, we have very, very few evidence-based treatments to be able to administer to someone whose primary language is Spanish. So this is really huge because this is a large population and we really need to be able to serve these folks. And what all this data means is that the story memory technique is valid using when administered in the Spanish language to a Spanish-speaking individual.
Some of our viewers may be wondering if modified story memory technique is available to them. So how can someone determine whether their healthcare professional has been trained to administer this specific therapy?
So the best thing to do would be to ask your healthcare professional if they've heard of it and if they're trained to do it. If they're not, the healthcare professional can gain access to it by reaching out to us. The training is actually very straightforward. It's not very difficult to administer. It's highly manualized, and we're always here and available to answer questions.
You know, as you mentioned at the start of our conversation, processing speed is one of the most common cognitive impairments that affect people with MS. You led a clinical trial that studied ways to improve processing speed. What did you learn?
So the treatment program that we used in processing speed was one that had been validated in healthy aging. So it was shown to improve processing speed in healthy aging. We showed that people with MS benefit on a task that's similar to the training task. So they do show improvement in their processing speed ability. What we did not show, though, was that the improvement generalized to daily life. So the improvement that we saw post-treatment was not evident in someone's daily life. Now this, going back to what we were discussing earlier, is a restorative program, and it focused on the skill and practice of the skill within different difficulty levels. So what these results told us was that while the treatment worked, we need to incorporate more into the treatment to promote this generalization to daily life, because that's what people care about, is how they're able to function in daily life.
Recently published results from a large international clinical trial showed that cognitive rehabilitation and exercise can improve processing speed in people with progressive MS. We know that exercise is important for our physical health. How important is exercise or physical activity for our cognitive function?
Extremely important. I cannot overemphasize the importance of being active. And this is true for everyone, not only individuals who have multiple sclerosis. Exercise is very important to maintaining optimal cognition. And we're actually doing research now that looks at the benefit of combining the story memory technique with exercise in order to maximize cognitive ability. And this research is actually funded by the National MS Society.
Lorena tells us she was diagnosed with MS last year, and lately she's been having problems remembering routine tasks at home. She also gets lost sometimes when she takes walks in her neighborhood, and she's concerned she may be experiencing the first signs of cognitive decline. What advice do you have for Lorena?
Get a neuropsychological evaluation. That is really the first thing you have to do. And you could do this by going to your neurologist, telling him or her the problems that you're having, and asking for a referral for a neuropsychological evaluation. Most neurologists know several neuropsychologists, and MS centers in particular have neurologists that are actually part of their center. That evaluation will help you and your doctor in determining what types of problems you're having. And then once you know that, you'll be able to figure out what you can potentially do to help alleviate some
I don't
of those
really have
cognitive
those
problems.
issues, but I'm wondering if I should have
Scott
them.
says that he has MS, but he hasn't experienced any cognitive changes. He wants to know if there are proactive steps he can take to prevent cognitive impairment in the future.
So this is a very common question, and not only for people who have MS, healthy people in their 50s and 60s that don't want to develop dementia later in life ask this question all the time. And the answer is lifestyle. Lifestyle is so important. So first, as we mentioned earlier, exercise. Make sure you exercise, and brisk walking is enough. You don't have to be a marathoner. Brisk walking is good. Eat a healthy diet, and in particular, stay cognitively active. So by cognitively active, I mean challenge yourself intellectually. So for some people, this may mean reading the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times. That's not me. For other people, this may mean learning a new skill, like maybe learning a new instrument or learning a new language, something that you're interested in. So it all depends on your interests. But it's really important to challenge your mind and continue to learn no matter how old you are. Another important factor in staving off cognitive decline is social functioning, maintaining family or friends, having a social support network. That's really, really important. And if you don't have that, join a support group. Try to get out and try to interact with people, because that's really important in preventing cognitive decline.
Barbara tells us that she's been attending cognitive rehabilitation sessions for 8 weeks now, and she's wondering why it takes so long to see results.
But you guys don't.
That's a great question. So just like preventing cognitive impairment takes time and it's effortful, so does treating cognitive impairment. So if you think of it this way, when you're trying to improve cognition, what you're doing is you're learning new skills to support your cognitive health. It takes time and effort to learn new skills. So think about a college course. If you enroll in a college course, you'll expect 3 to 4 hours a week for 4 to 5 months. That's an investment in time. But for some reason, we expect that we'll be able to improve cognition in just a few sessions, and that is just not possible. It takes time to learn these new skills and to apply them in daily life, but it's time well spent.
Well, you've shared some really important information with us today. What would you say are the top 3 takeaways that you'd like our viewers to remember?
So first, I would say focus on lifestyle. Exercise, eat healthy, stay cognitively active. That's really important. Second, I would suggest that people try to stay socially active. Don't isolate yourself, because that will just make things more difficult for you. And then finally, I would say if you're having cognitive challenges, talk to your neurologist. Our data shows that early intervention is more effective. So the earlier you begin to address the problems you're having, the more beneficial the treatment will likely be.
Well, thank you for introducing many of us to cognitive rehabilitation today, Dr. Chiaravalloti. I think we have time to answer a couple more questions from our viewers. We heard from Jason. He wants to know whether cognitive changes occur spontaneously. For example, he says, could someone wake up one day and experience a significant decline in their cognitive health?
Yeah.
So cognitive changes happen gradually over time, and someone will likely
Yeah,
start
close
to
that.
recognize more and more cognitive problems as time passes. But one thing that does
Okay, you got
sometimes
clean undies on
happen
though,
is
yeah?
people may notice them all of a sudden. So when that happens,
brush
it's
your hair?
important to look back and think, well, has this been happening?
is
Is
it-
this something
take care
that
of
I
your
just haven't
dirty clothes
noticed?
and your
They
towel.
do tend to occur gradually
Right,
over
you
time.
want to put those in your basket.
Let me follow up on Jason's question. I'm wondering whether there are any acute conditions that someone
Okay, what about
should
your
be
health?
concerned about if cognitive changes do appear very suddenly.
And make sure you don't
And
have a
what
mess
should
anywhere.
that person do if this were to occur?
If cognitive changes appear all of a sudden, you should definitely see a neurologist or go to emergency care very soon. And the reason for that is you could be having some type of a brain infection, you could be having a small stroke, and those things can be treated. And the sooner you treat them, the better.
Carly says that she knows that MS symptoms like fatigue, mood issues, and sleep problems can all affect cognition. And with all these possibilities, how do you know what's causing the changes in your cognition?
That is a great question. Many, many different things affect cognition, and those are really the big ones in persons with MS. So when someone gets a neuropsychological evaluation, the evaluation will typically include an assessment of depression as well as fatigue, and they may ask about sleep. Generally, if cognition is impaired and people have fatigue, sleep, and mood problems, we will try to treat if it's depression or anxiety, we'll try to treat that first. We'll try to treat the sleep problems first, because we know
What are
there are
your classes?
medications that help and those conditions can
do
be
you? Okay.
alleviated.
You didn't expect me
Fatigue
to
is a little
process?
bit more complicated,
Wanna
but
make sure that
usually
stuff's
we
on the
try
bathroom
to
floor.
control the mood and the sleep problems first, and then attack the cognition problem after that.
Alex tells us that some of the things he does in cognitive rehabilitation seem kind of silly. He wants to know whether this is really going to help him.
I can tell you some of them do seem very silly, and you feel silly when you're doing them, but they have a purpose. And I can give you a specific example. During the story memory technique, the SMT, we present people with stories, and we ask them to attach a visual imagery to the stories that they're reading and learning. And the reason for that is because it will help improve their ability to remember that information. It's a lot easier to make a visual image of something that is kind of crazy and silly than it is to make a visual image of something that's very routine. And that's why we use the silly stories, because it really helps teach people how to form imagery before they try to do it with the more difficult, more routine material.
Joanne is wondering what types of healthcare professionals are trained in cognitive rehabilitation, and how can someone find a qualified therapist?
That's a great question. Many different types of professionals can administer cognitive rehabilitation. Most often, cognitive rehabilitation is administered by psychologists or speech therapists or occupational therapists. It really depends on the environment you're in. If you're in a rehabilitation setting, then you may receive cognitive rehabilitation from any of those three professions. Generally, if you're going for cognitive rehabilitation as an outpatient, it's usually a psychologist that you'll see, and it's usually a psychologist that will do the cognitive rehabilitation. And again, cognitive rehabilitation can be one-on-one. It could also be done in a small group setting. So there are different ways of doing cognitive rehabilitation.
Well, be fancy.
I want to thank everyone
cotton
who
candy
submitted
high-heels are
some
already
really
pretty
good
fancy.
questions today. And thank
Yeah,
you,
you're
Dr. Travelati, for being with us.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigator team is your best partner when it comes to connecting you to the very best information and resources on living with MS. You can find an MS Navigator by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat.
Yep.
For information and resources on MS, please be sure to visit the Society's website. You'll find research updates and news, information on connection programs like self-help groups. You'll hear about ways that you can get involved, and you'll find out about upcoming events that are taking place near you. Remember, you can connect with the National MS Society and others affected by MS on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where I continue the conversation that we start here. You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. I'd like to thank Dr. Chiaravalati for joining us today. Please remember that a recording of this webcast will be available at the Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSExpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our upcoming program topics on the National MS Society's website. And now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey pinned to the comments section. On YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description, and on Twitch, you can find that link in the chat. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us continuously improve, and it helps shape future programs. The survey takes just 1 minute, so I hope you'll take a minute to fill it out. On behalf of Dr. Nancy Chiaravalati and the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining us. Please stay safe and make healthy choices.
The whole point of Barbies.
Yeah, because they each have a different job.
Yes, they each have a different job.
And this dress is the only one I have for Chelsea.
Alright guys, I'll catch you guys later.